welcome everybody. It's good to see everybody. Welcome to the second episode of my grand campaign, trying to run through all the Paradox strategy games, starting with Imperator Rome, heading to Crusader Kings 2, 3, then going to Universalis 4, then Victoria 2, Hearts of Iron, and then into space with Stellaris. So let me see who's with us. I see Dallington, I see my friend Payne, I see Amicus, and Zenai. It's good to see you guys. Thanks for showing up. How's my sound, you guys? Sound okay? Sound check. Awesome. All right. All right. Well, I have some good news for the stream. I was able to attach my Amazon Prime account to the stream, which means that the videos are going to be archived for 60 days instead of just for 2 weeks, which is how it was previously. So that is huge. Had a couple of test streams that dropped off, and we are going to be moving some of the videos to our YouTube channel, and my son and video editor is hard at work editing the first episode down. He's able to take about an hour of footage and find the funny. And so far it's hilarious what he's got going, and I can't wait to share that with everybody. So I'm pretty excited for that, and we'll probably be seeing some of that after this long holiday weekend, and we'll start putting those out. So if anyone needs to catch up, there is an archive video from the first stream, but we'll do a little bit of a review to catch everybody up. What we have decided to do is we have taken Suionia as our base country, which is the progenitor of what is now modern day Sweden, Scandinavia. This is the group of people, the tribe that expanded and took over this area in our own historic time period. All of these are Germanic tribes. As you can see here, these brown tribes are the Germanic tribes. So that is kind of our target area for what we are hoping to take over and establish by the end of this game and be able to take into the next game, Crusader Kings 3. If we do, I know that like the Kingdom of Denmark is here, part of Sweden, part of Norway, part of Eastern Europe. I'm not sure exactly what this is in, Germany, I guess, maybe Bavaria or something. So I'd have at least one kingdom at the start of that and parts of some others. So that would be a really good starting point for that game, especially since I'm very used to starting that game as just a count level, like a single province, and then growing it into several empires of space. So I would feel pretty confident if I can get out of this game with, at least this. The more of these culture group areas that we are able to annex, a couple of things would happen. It would increase our susceptibility to civil wars and stuff because they would be rebellious potentially, and also would increase our proximity to some of these southern powers that are certain to grow over the course of this game. Rome is already expanded. You can see down here. Massilia, this is obviously merged and grown into a significant space. Carthage is still strong. We've got the Seleucid Empire here, which is a huge thing. Egypt, never count out Egypt. And then all of these areas here are obviously contenders as well. They're very large population centers. So right now you can see that we had some success in our last episode. We were able to take over, I believe it was 3 different areas, maybe 4. Yeah, it was 4, because we had Leonia was here, we had Guthronia was here, Dania was here, and Romaricia was here. And so we were able to, so we've actually absorbed 5 whole areas. So we're making pretty good progress that way. Obviously, in the north here, we are kind of the powerhouse, and we want to keep that rolling, because just because we are strong right now doesn't mean that these other groups aren't going to be able to make some like defensive pacts amongst themselves and be able to challenge us if we were going to attack them. Yeah, Janza, I hear what you're saying about the barbarians. If you look here, we can see where there's some barbarian centers, and over time, these areas are going to build up until a barbarian horde will, rush out and attack the nearest people here. So that would be Grania over here. We don't probably have to worry about these guys. These guys down here I'm not too worried about. So mostly I think he's referring to what could happen if I take these places. So they don't, I was thinking it would be nice to, if we took these guys out, then we could focus all of our energy on this border down here. We could tighten this up and make ourselves pretty strong. And maybe that's still the goal. We'll look, because I don't think I even have claims on these yet, and I certainly don't want to spend my hard-earned. Look, I'm at a minus on my economy right now, and I think that's because I had some mercenaries hired to help me in that last fight that we just finished, right as our stream ended the other day. We had just taken this, so I know that we've got a little bit of cleanup stuff to do before we get rolling here. We are allied currently with Grania and Burgundia, so we do have, we've got a really good defensive position right now if we need to build up a bit. Something else that I noticed in the last stream was this mass right here was the tribal country of Herulia, and if you look down here, they pulled up stakes and they moved down here, fully expecting that some of these other groups are going to be heading out as well. So what that means when I get down here, if I take Burgundia out, I might have to get into a migration situation where I need to absorb these different places, through colonies and migration, rather than wanting to start a war with these guys right away. And why I say that is because from a supply basis, I don't want to get too extended. If my guys are over here fighting and they get hungry, they'd have to come all the way back here to resupply. If I occupied at least a corridor to get over here, right, so that I could have, a place to fall back to if I got hungry. So maybe we can assess this after, if Burgundia is, if we absorb this group here, that could probably be our target. And if we did that also, what I'm going to have to do that by myself without allies, right? Because these guys here would be a long ways off. It's possible I might be able to pull some of them in, but I don't know. Another thing that I wanted to mention that is going to be an interesting situation if I ever get to the end of this game, which is, already a pretty long game to survive against, Rome and these other powers, right? Because, these other places are going to start, I've seen some like, I don't know, it was some guy it was General Pole on the YouTube, ran some like AI, just observing how the AI advances over the time period. And it's like Rome gets here and Persia takes all of this. But like this, there's like Parisia forms a big thing, and I don't know what happens here, Gaul, whatever. I wasn't paying that close attention, but I did notice that this managed to stay um, united up here, not the Denmark part, but just the Scandinavian part. So I don't know. We'll expand as far as we can, and then I think we want to build tall rather than wide necessarily. We don't want to overextend ourselves too far. You know, if we build down, we might want to try to get to, you know, these would be, if we could hit these mountains right here, that might be a good buffer to have. But going past that might be opening ourselves up to, you know, getting taken out by some of these powerhouses down here. You know, Greece, there's Spartas down here. They could blow up. Thrace is around here someplace. You know, Macedon, they could do something. Um, So we'll have to see. So we kind of want to use these guys as buffers. I'm guessing if these guys start moving south, that might open up some migratory lands that we could um, exploit to try to grow our thing. But, you know, yeah, we'll check it out. Even the idea of going over here to England, you know, unless we were going to pull up stakes and take our whole people over here and make this home base, I don't know that we want to do that just because of that whole culture thing. You got some different cultures over here. I don't think that's necessarily the priority, but we are looking at some missions that we would want to accomplish. You know, taking the whole of this looks like is annex Herulia, and if we do that, then that opens up this triumph in Scandia. Broborg becomes a city. That would help us with this whole settling of East Gothia, which we need to have 3 cities in East Gothia. So I think that, you know, today we're definitely going to hit, you know, take Burgundia as soon as we get established. Um, so I want to just take a quick look at everything that we have here. So we got the army maintenance. So we are not currently at war, so I should go into the economy and turn the army maintenance way down. We don't need to pay them if they're not doing anything. Our fleet is still anemic. We haven't done much with the fleet. And that's going to continue to stay that way. They don't cost money. Well, what do they cost? They cost me something. Or else it wouldn't be... Integrated culture happiness. I see. So what it's costing me is happiness. If I have the levies all jacked up, horned up to go to war, then the population is obviously losing happiness. Then I am trying to integrate the cultures. I have absorbed a few different culture groups. Let's take a quick look at that because, you know, we did just pick up a province. See, we picked up, we got part of Norway here. This Ultima Thule is this part of Norway. So we want to make sure and automate the trade there, but you can see that they're not integrated at all. Looks like there's 11 pops that are hanging out up there that are not of our main group, which is Swionians, and they are our religion, and that's fine. This doesn't say what their happiness is. Let's look at what that is. So you can see that they're 50% happy. So that means they're 50% sad. Sure. But I'm going to raise the happiness level until I go to war. I think that's the smart move for what I'm going to try to do. Jans is just suggesting that leaving them on half mast, but we'll experiment with this and see how this works for a while, because we definitely trying to integrate is very important. Bloodlust. Welcome, Bloodlust. If I know you by a different name in some other place, please reintroduce yourself by your Twitch name here so that I know who's hanging out. Happy to talk with you guys, and I sure appreciate the support. All right, and please be sure to click the follow button and make sure that you, if you get a chance, go down and click on the YouTube link and the Facebook link. That's a good way for me to stay in touch with you guys about schedule changes and for you to see any new content and stuff that we're putting up. That would be helpful to me. So appreciate that. All right. And also, I just want to say that if any of you have any experience playing this game, to not be shy and shout out any suggestions or advice you have on what we might want to try. I definitely don't want to die and have to start over again. That is that is the goal, to not die. Thanks, Amicus. Yeah. So I did have a false start with the first couple of streams that I did that were just test streams. We're going to call them test streams, but we got a good base here. That doesn't mean that we are invincible, but we're going to do our best to do it smart. We're going to play smart. Not hard. Play smart, right? Okay. Bad research ratio. This is just going to exist until we become civilized. We are going to eventually become civilized. Right now, we are still like the most barbaric of tribes. We are not a settled tribe. That's going to be our first target, is to become a settled tribe. We are going to try to form the tribal kingdom, which means we have to get our centralization, which is here, from negative 37.2 to positive 25. So we're still a long ways off from that goal. But we are going up. We are increasing by 0.10 due to a law that we passed. And hopefully we'll be able to pass some more laws at some point that will be able to bring that up farther. So for instance, if we wanted to get absolute authority, which we do, we could pass this. Once our centralization is up to 10, we could pass that. We want to get up to here. We'd need to have our centralization. So we'll be settled by the time we can do this. But once we get down here in the higher end of the infrastructure, we will be able to reduce the cost of building cities. I think building cities is going to help us, obviously, to centralize. Let's see what we need here. So our centralization needs to be higher than 50 before we can affect the bureaucratic system, and it has to be higher than 80 to do this. So we're definitely in this lower end, and we're probably not going to be able to do anything here for a long time. All right. So our offices, I think, are still pretty well established. This guy's not looking very loyal, our wise one. But I'm not going to worry about them. I think that if someone's super unloyal, they're going to pop up over here, and we can bribe them or, make friends or do something there. And when we do that, when we do bribes, it doesn't come out of our state money. It comes out of his private stash, which our leader is holding 266 gold doubloons. So, all right. So we checked out our trade here. Let's check out our overall trade and make sure we don't have any new. No, we don't have any new trade import slots to worry about. Let's look at our military. Okay, so we have a total of 4 levies that we can raise right now. So that's only 2,000 men. That's 4 cohorts of 500 men each. So I would definitely like to see that number go up. And that needs to go up by our pops going up. Let's take a look at our manpower is definitely down. This is because of all the reinforcements that we had to take during that last war. Burgundy is 6 levies. Are you doing that just by the math of their population, Janza, or do you just remember that? I remember they had 3,000 guys. So, Yeah, so they would outnumber us that way right now. So I don't think we want to fight them at the moment. We could always, of course, rebuy our mercenaries, but let's also look at where we're at with truces and stuff, because this has jammed us before. I had to break a truce to fight um, Romaricia, which cost me a huge amount of stability. I think it's minus 50 points or something like that. I thought it was minus 50%, but I think it was minus 50 points, and it took me down to zero. So I don't know if that minus 50 took me down to negative because I only had 38 something points in this. So I think minus 50 just took me down to zero. So I actually did get some savings there, but still I wasn't expecting it to go to zero. All right, so currently we have, this is our truce tab here. So we have a truce with Dania, which we own, Romaricia, which we own, Guthoni, which we own. So we don't have a truce with Burgundia or Grania, but if I break the truce, or if I say dissolve alliance, that's going to trigger a truce with them for a period of time, which, we might want to do if we're going to wait until we attack them. We might want to, just officially, disengage the truce so that we can, go down the time so that we don't get the negative penalties. 5 years is a long time. What do you, Janza, when you've done this in the past and you've broken truces and attacked your allies before, what has been the penalty? Do you just eat the penalty every time? Or what? So you actually wait? You wait the 5 years? You wouldn't what? You wouldn't break the truce? It is heavy. All right, but I don't like waiting. So, waiting. Patience. So hard. Okay. So if we're going to do that, if we're going to plan to do it, maybe we should just do it and then we can establish some new alliances over here. We could keep the Grania alliance because we'll want to use them against Burgundy. But then we might want to look at Eudosia or Anglia and build up. My stability is under 20. Do, 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 do. So you're saying I can't even declare war if I wanted to? Let me go to Burgundy and let's just go ahead and terminate that alliance because we know we need to. So let's do it. All right. So we've got this diplomats en route until the 1st of September, so we can't do any other um, diplomacy with Burgundia only. I can do it with other places, but not with Burgundia until after the 1st of September, so about a month. And then it says to declare war, so we can't even try to declare war on them um, until September, so we can wait for that. I don't know why it didn't trip the truce thing here already, but when we unpause, we'll see if that happens. All right, so since we are not allied with Burgundy anymore, let's take a quick look at Eudosia and Anglia and see which one of them might make the better ally if we were going to use them against Burgundia in that war, which we are eventually going to do. So these guys don't like us. Minus 91. Different culture, aggressive expansion. So my aggressive expansion is pretty high right now because of all of the conquests that I did. So they don't like me. There's one of these things, aggressive expansion. I wonder what the decay rate on aggressive expansion is. I already disbanded the mercs. I think I did that yeah, I fired him. So this number should change because this is the wages for the mercenaries, and I'm not paying them anymore. All right, but I haven't unpaused yet. All right, so those guys don't like me. Anglia really likes me even less. So that's fine. What about, I know Cimbria. The thing about Cimbria though is they're not connected to this Herulian landmass by land. If they were going to participate, they'd have to come through this different area. Let's see. Cimbria. So they would ally with me. 21. And they are tougher than Anglia and Eudosia. I think remember this is because I did that one nice thing for Cimbria a long time ago, and I raised my relations with them. So let's ally with Cimbria. I think they'll find a way. I think they'll get through to help me against Burgundia. I believe in them. So let's do that. Plus, having them as my ally would make other people who would want to attack me less likely to want to do that. All right. Good on you, Cimbria. All right. So what's this? The following alliance or league members are considering leaving us. What? They just joined us. All right. Well, let's wait till the 1st of September. Let's let it run and see what happens here. And when we get to September, we'll assess where we're at with those diplomats. We got these guys' loyalty going up. So that's good. Notice that my economy has improved. We're back in the green. What's this? Okay, let's pause real quick. Let's assess this omen. Every 5 years you can do an omen. We've played for just over 10. 10 years. So we'll probably want to, if we're just going to wait, we'll turn up the speed a little bit too and try to grind through some of these. If we're at war, we'll slow it down, but when we're not at war, we can leave it high and try to grind out the time. So what would be a good one? Our war exhaustion is 0, so we don't care about that. I'm not worried about corruption. Slave output. Like I said, we're probably going to have to wait 5 years on this truce, so there's no reason to worry about doing any war between now and then, unless we were going to just straight up, jack these guys. They've got 8. Imagine that they probably still have 2,000 men for their army. So it sounds like we might have misplaced a fort. I don't know. We'll have to look at that. Hang on. Let's just kick that omen into gear, and then we'll move on to the next thing. So we'll just boost our slave output for now. Successful omen. All right, so he's saying that the fort in Tavidia is not the capital. He's saying Kongali. I believe that's what he's saying. He didn't spell it right, but I'm thinking Kongali is what he's trying to say. So settlement of Kongali. How can you tell that this is the capital? Because the pillars here. So we have a pillar up here in Tannum, and we know this is going to become a city. Relocate capital. Tavidia is not the capital. Province of West Gothia. Alright. So we've destroyed that fortress. We're at 147. So do we want to, have we already got a fort here? We do. And this they're saying is Ultima Thule. So this is also part of Norway right here. It's these other ones here that are not, but these are Norway. All right, Kongali. Let's see if we can afford it. Base cost 150. I don't know if it would let us do it. Oh, 147. So it would take every single dollar that we have, but there we go. So we're in the grind. Let's check we're in October now, so let's check with our situation with these guys. You may declare war the moment your country is too disorganized, so we got to gain a lot of stability before we will be able to declare war. So we will work on that. And let's check with Cimbria. So Cimbria, that flag that was here that said that we needed to raise our influence with Cimbria has disappeared. We don't have the cash to deal with it right now anyways, but it looks like it went away, so maybe they're at a plus 83 with us. So maybe they have relaxed on that. And you're saying Vang. All right, and Vang has a fort, so that's okay. So they'll have to be cities, but that'll be down the line because the first places I need to build cities is in East Gothia. I have to get 3 cities there, so that's the priority just for mission's sake. Although one of the missions is going to pop a city up here in Tannum if I accomplish that. So, all right. Well, there's not a lot left to do right now other than to hang out and grow our stability. Hopefully we'll get some kind of events and stuff that will help to do that, and then we can look around at some other stuff while the clock is ticking. I wanted to look at something under these cultures because these cultures have cultural rights. So you can change like the civic rights. I don't know that we do want to though. Freeman. Or is it grayed out like they can't be freemen or? All right, and what is this button here? Decisions. Okay, so decisions for Swione. So does this check right here mean that all of these things are okay? What's up, Janza? When Mauritians have a higher pop, then Swione convert them into citizens. All right, how do we do that? All right, let me go to culture. He's saying the pop of these Romaricians are higher than the Swione, so we should make them into citizens. He says by the arrow, these arrows. So you're saying click citizen? Is that what that means? Change the civic right for Romarician pops to citizen, costing 5 political influence. This will start an integration process, which, when complete, will give them equal rights to our primary culture and protect them from assimilation. Why do we want to protect them from assimilation? Once started, the integration process cannot be stopped. While the integration is ongoing, your country will have the following: penalty to stability, minus 0.2 monthly stability change. But we are trying to grow our stability. Are you sure? You want our culture the highest. The highest number. This isn't going to convert them into Swionians, though. This is going to convert them into citizen level Romaricians, I think. Right? I don't know. Okay, let's try it. Let's see what happens. This is learning. Onward. Onward and upward. Okay, so we want to grow our money. Now look, we're losing stability. This is not what we were hoping for. What can we do to raise stability? We need to find ways to do that. Diplomacy. Anything here? I don't have the... I do. Mercantile stance increases the commerce. It would reduce our ability to have one of our allies, though, if we change from neutral stance. Bellicose stance. Aggressive impact minus 10. Don't need that. Domineering. Integration speed plus 0.25. Loyalty increased. Opinion of our subjects plus 20. Well, we're going to leave it alone for now. Mercantile would, but then we would lose one of our allies. Maybe we don't. When we get rid of these guys, maybe we don't have to care, but we don't. I like having the allies right now. Burgundy is tougher than us, remember. Until, there we go. No, we're still at 4. I wish I knew how to get that up higher. Okay, our military experience, when we get to 100 here, we're going to be able to open up some military traditions, so we're about halfway to that. So that you notice this minus 0.12, so this number is getting better. Probably when as our aggressive expansion decays, it might be improving. Our happiness is definitely at a neg. Let's go over here. I don't think we didn't change this governor policy here. So these Norwegians are not getting with the program here. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure. I wonder if it has to do with the fact that the place that my levies are coming from is here, and they only have 5 pops here in Broberg. What do we got here? The Antigonid cause waivers. Maybe if I move more guys to my capital, it would increase my levy size. I think we should explore that. I think that's something we should do. If we max out the population in my capital, at least temporarily, then see what that does to our levies as an experiment. Of course, I can't max it out because I've got a huge population capacity here and I don't have the gold to support that kind of a move, but we'll see what I can do. All right, Antigonus' death has, combined with recent setbacks, fractured the stability of the Cyclops' kingdom because he has one eye. His heir and co-king Demetrius, unable to hold together the expiring loyalties of his subject, has abandoned much of the kingdom to the claims of the other Diadochi while he retreats to lick his wounds among Greek friends. So the Antagonids have just had something happen to them. They've been whacked to pieces. Integrated pops. So it's integrated pops. Deduct the number of slaves, then multiply by the levy size. So you think it's for the governorship. So that would still be that's still, the governorship is of Broberg. So if we move pops, so we have 1 slave here, so we'd be subtracting that. So we've got these 4 guys. So if that's the case, if it's these 4 guys that are providing those levies, if we can boost the size of this population, it might increase our levy size. Does that sound fair to say? Does it have to be, it has to be of our integrated pops, so that would be Swioni guys, right, that we would want to bring, not some of the other folks. So we've got a bunch of Swioni guys, and okay, well, let's just experiment with this. So right now we say we've got 4 guys. Let's just move 2 guys in and see if it raises our levy. If we do that and it works, then we know that that's how that works. So we want to bring, okay, so this is, okay, so we got 2 slaves here. We don't want to bring slaves because they don't help the levy, right? So we've got in Aska 3 tribesmen. Let's bring 2 of them and see what happens. Here we go. Because remember, we moved guys out of our capital to do the migration, and then we lost levy. So maybe that's the whole thing. Okay, so here we go. 1, 2. Cost us 10. I thought it cost us 10. All right, so we're up to 7. So if this worked, then we click on this. We should have, no, didn't work. Let's unpause for a second. Why didn't that work? 5 tribesmen now. Manpower. Newfound tribesmen. After certain disagreements internally in Burgundy, a group of tribesmen have left Guthisbo, and they are looking for a new home in Vang. Though they are somewhat different to our own people, they would surely integrate into our society quickly enough. On the other hand, accepting these exiles from Burgundia could put us at odds with their old home. The tensions are already running high between the two groups, so we should carefully consider it. Yeah. Let's do it. Hopefully that affected their... Okay, so you're saying that in our group, okay, let's view our pops info. So you're saying we got this Romerician guy as a tribesman, and so he is affecting our integrated pops and making it so that we don't have enough to get that other levy. So if we could send this guy to Romericia, to one of these areas like Tannum, for say, we could move him from, we can't even bring him, can't bring him all the way from there. Maybe we just need to bring in one more Swionian. We could leave him there too until we can figure out how to move him out. Okay, so we want Swionian tribesmen from somewhere. We don't want to depopulate completely. And these guys are pretty scattered. These guys are slaves. All right, we need to probably move our Romerician guy out somewhere so that we can, you were saying Vang needs to be a city. So let's look at Vang. Let's see if we can move. I really want to move him to Romericia. But we can't. All right, what about Vang? Can we move from Broberg? Nope. Too far? Okay, so this will let us go from Vicbo. What about not rain? Okay, we could go here. I don't think I could. I tried. It won't let me. That's not one of the access. I mean, I can move him halfway, and then at some point I can move him the other part of the way. You know, I could move him to Vidia. Halfway. Let's move him here. Now it's not letting me. I swear it was just gonna let me. Okay. Now, so he's gone, and he's here in Arbogay. So let's see if we can move a guy, a Swionian tribesman from Arbogay to our capital. Okay, so we got 6, but -1 for this guy. So we're talking about Arbogay. We have tribesmen from Arbogay. All right, moment of truth. 4. Come on. Go up. Marcogast falls ill. Marcogast Gundred has sent word that he has fallen ill. He has inflammation. Interesting. All right. So why didn't that work? I have 6 tribesmen and 1 freeman. Does the freeman not count towards the levies either? Unfriendly neighbors. After we accepted their tribesmen into Vang, it seems Burgundy have declared us an enemy of their nation, as we worried about. They did not care much for us agreeing to take on some of their tribesmen. We should make sure to look out for potential hostilities from our neighbors now that our relationship is soured to this point. Otherwise, we might all find ourselves at the wrong end of a pike. Let them come. Not worried about it. That'd be fine. That would mean that I don't have to deal with this truce situation that we're stuck in. So we're only in a truce with Romaresia. So I don't know why we didn't have to. I thought that when you broke an alliance, it triggered a truce for amount of time. So it seems like we're only limited by this stability problem, which we are still losing stability because of this cultural situation. I see though that what you said, they're down to 22 here and we're up to 30 here. So that solved our culture problem that we had. All right, let me see what you're saying. How's everybody doing? Another TV viewer. I wonder who that is. Levies are only for integrated cultures. You can do that either by opening the culture tab, raising that specific culture as a citizen. Point is each integrated culture reduces happiness of all others, so you don't want to integrate more than 1 or 2 at the time. Pick the biggest one around and assimilate the rest. I see. So if we are doing that that thing with the Romericians, then we probably don't need to be doing. So that was West Gothia. If we're doing that with them, then we probably don't have to do this pop assimilation speed thing necessarily. We could be doing something else in West Gothia if we wanted to spend the 11 political influence, which why not? Does that sound right? Right, so we don't need to assimilate them. We should switch to acquisition of wealth is what you're suggesting. No, encourage trade, not acquisition of wealth. All right. Good to know. All right. So Burgundia is really hating on us. That's all right. We really need to get our stability up. I don't know what we can do to get our stability up higher. Just don't worry about it. What we should do is just keep instigating Burgundia until they attack us, and then Cimbria and Grania will help to defend us, and if we get more money. Can I integrate more cultures? It said to not do more than 1 or 2 at a time. We can look at that and see if there's another one that we might want to do. If we wanted to do the Gutonis, then we could switch them to trade as well. Is that what you're suggesting? It's going to make these guys less happy, but there's only like 13 of them, so, you know, they can just be upset for a little bit. They're already not happy. All right, so the next one that we'd want to do would be these Gutonis, so make them citizens as well. All right, and the Gutonis were these guys over in kind of west, and including up here, so we could get them going on the commerce as well. Let's try that. So that was East Gothia. This is all East Gothia, so we can switch these guys to encourage trade as well. A decision. Make a decision. You're saying back on the culture? We don't want to lose any more stability, so let's say no to all of that. Because I was a dirty truce breaker for that last war, and I decimated our stability. Hope you guys are all enjoying a cup of coffee. It's a great day for coffee. Still liking the size of this. Oh, here's something that's kind of funny. So Paradox Games, the company that made this game, is a Sweden-based company, and I didn't take that into account when selecting our start, but if I had remembered that, I would have definitely factored that in, because I've heard that, they love Sweden in Sweden, and so they like to maybe juice up their Swedish places in these games a little bit. So that's just a little added bonus that I didn't take into consideration that might end up helping us, at least at some minuscule level. But I really like kind of having this as a buffer here in Herulia. Once we get, if we establish all this and have this as a buffer, it's just a good defensive thing to have. All right. So I don't know if there was anything else I could do right now. Let's hopefully get some sort of stability event. That would be good. Hey Janza, read up on stability and see if you can find some other way that we can boost our stability while we're doing this. I'll pull that up too. I'll pull up the wiki. Oh, let me check the levies. No, we're still at 4. But maybe if they get, to different levels, if this is making them into Swionians, then maybe that will have to help us. Definitely like to see those levies go up somehow. We need levies to go up. Oops, sorry guys, wrong button. Stability. Truces, laws, creations. Increasing stability is to spend political influence to make divine sacrifices. Aha! That's something we can do. All right, let's have a sacrifice. So this will cost us 50. We've got a lot of political influence. This will increase our monthly stability up 0.15. That, oh man, we're at even a minus 0.3 now. That's because we're integrating all those cultures. Because we went from just doing 1 to doing 2, trying to raise our levies, but we're definitely impacting our stability of our nation by doing that. So, but let's offset that a little bit with having a sacrifice. It's going to cost us, it says 100%, divine sacrifice cost, 100% of what? The monthly stability change is going up. The sacrifice cost looks like stability, and then it's got some like coins after it. What does that mean? All right, let's take a quick look at that before we just do it. Nation is disorganized if stability is below 20. Increase the monthly. All right, we're going to do it. Let's see what happens. All right, so we definitely went from minus 0.3 just to minus 0.15. We did lose the stability, but every little bit helps. And we're just treading water there. It didn't take 100% of my stability. Okay, go to nation overview. Check to see if I have hold games. Where would that be? Overview. Divine sacrifices, blessed by the gods, scheme, influence. I guess that would be a decision. You were thinking if there was a decision of holding games. I don't have hold games. I'd probably have to build an arena in one of my locations, and I might have to have a city to be able to have the space for something like that. I certainly don't have the gold for something like that. But is there a building called like Arena or something, or is it like a Great Wonder? No available building slots. If there was, though, if there was a building slot, no building slots here either. What do they got? Oh yeah, the port. Okay, so Great Wonders. Is there such a thing as tower, spire? So you can do variations on those towers. You can do variations on buildings, pyramids, templates, tier 1 pyramid. What else? Tier 2, tier 3, tier 1 tower, pyramid tower. Okay, none of those look like arenas. Government page. Interaction. Summon War Council. Determine. Okay, this is dropping to 0.14. Of course, our stability is dropping to 0 also. Other things are all in the green, however. All right, so assemble raiding parties. If we had 100 political influence, we could. Hey, our ability increased for some reason. There's just a real lag on the on that sacrifice, I guess. It's like, okay. I feel like that's the last thing I did. Here's the games. Suionia pays 19.77. So you said 5,000 gold. It'll only cost me 20 bucks to do the games. I can gain extra popularity from competing in the games. We get ongoing games. My popularity goes up. That doesn't necessarily do anything for my stability, but that would be a pretty good thing for my popularity if my popularity. Oh, wonders. No. I was talking about the games. Yeah, we're not building any wonders. Not this millennium. Encourage tribal migration. 5 tribes will move out of Germanic regional power of Suionia. Migration incur. No, not doing that. So, looks like this money. So, it looks like I go halves with Suionia to hold the games between my leader and, what is his popularity? Probably not the highest. 29. It's decaying, so his is going down. So I mean, raising his popularity might not be a bad move, and our guys need something to keep the morale up. We're still only at 4 on the levies. All right, what was this one? Summon War Council. Selection of your closest advisors determine a good direction for our next conquest. Provide a claim on a neighboring province every 10 years. Is that a random claim or is it a specific claim? Like, because I don't have a claim on Grania. I have claims on Edelrugia. Where's that? Oh, it is here. I do have a claim on Grania. Okay, so I have claims on all my neighbors, so I don't need to do that. There's no point in doing that. I should have kept that claim on Burgundy. I wonder if when these barbarians attack, they border these guys too. So, and look, there's pirates here too in Grania. Either way. Yeah, my hair's getting pretty long. Grew out the COVID mane. Um, I think it's got a ways to go before before it's finished growing. I don't have any. Travis, awesome. I was wondering who that was. Dove Knight. All right. Glad you're here, Travis. Good to see you. Oh. Okay, I've got a queued event. I see. I don't want to run out of time on that. Ooh, nice. 3 stability. Word has arrived that this year's harvest was exceptionally good in the territory of Ragnaresia. While the merchants may be holding their heads in their hands, the people rejoice at the plummeting price of bread. The people should rejoice, gain 3 stability, or we gain gold. Well, we're really, lacking in stability. Looks like something else already boosted us. Did we already get credit for that? No, there's another 3. So good. Garlic bread. We're not in Italy. We're in Sweden. They're making rye bread. That's what they eat in Sweden. All right. So we're still trying to figure out how to raise our levies to higher numbers. We've got 4. We always could, if we had kept our alliance with Burgundia, we could have attacked Grenada. We could have wiped out this whole space probably, even though we're down to, you know, 4 levies. But trying to figure out how to get these numbers up, we need to learn that. Levy size multiplier. So 22.55% of our population is raised as levies, this says. So let's do the math on that. Our population is 74. So what is that? 23% of 74 times 0.23 equals 17.02. So that number should be, way higher. Now, if we're only going by which of our population is Swionian, then that might be the answer, because it doesn't matter that our guys are in the capital or not. They could be scattered about, but I don't know why we can't raise levies out of all these different culture groups. I mean, they had levies before we attacked them. How come? Do we need to install some governors or something? If we put some governors into some key positions, would they pop their own levies? That would answer my call. What do we think about that as a move? We can go to some of these centers and look at who the holding owner is. We could give some holdings out to my war chiefs, and maybe that would do something. We have to experiment. Okay, let's look at our chiefs and see where they're from. This guy is Swioni. They were all Swionis. So I don't know if other countries or other tribes don't like having, guys who are not theirs, as governors. I know I heard that someplace. It makes sense. All right, let's let it roll for a little bit. All right, we're halfway to some stability. I want to get my treasury back up above 100 in case I ever need to, call down some. All right, see you, Amicus. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. And next time I'll be streaming. It'll be like next Tuesday. I'm gonna take the 4th of July off, so it'll be a long break, longer than I want. Definitely wish I was doing this, every day, but right now this is what's happening. But definitely appreciate the support. So, who else we got in here? Commander Root. Please introduce yourself if I know you by a different name. If I know you by a different name someplace else, just drop something in the chat so I know who's here. And if you're new to the stream, go ahead and make sure to click that follow button and check out my other social media, my Facebook and my YouTube. We're gonna have some cool videos showing up over there. All right, check the culture. So, Romericians 22, Catoni 20. Okay, we got these lines here. Integration process 84.35. So that's good. These guys are halfway there. So we got 33. So let's say if 33 is the number and not 70, let's try the math on that and see if it adds up to. Let me just click on and pause here real quick while I pull out the calculator. All right, so we got 33 times, what was it, 0.23? 7.59. So that number should still be higher. If I should have, say this 33, if 7 of those are my levies, this should be 7, not 4, right? That would make sense to me. I mean, are any of the Swionians? I don't think any of the Swionians are slaves. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong there. I mean, because that's a Swionian slave right there. What is this? Unrest from slave pops, who is below 50% happiness. Need to minus my slaves. How does that work? Make them into tribes? Promote them somehow? How do we do that? Got to get our stability up. Can I do multiple sacrifices? Let's try it. Oh, that was expensive. But it got my stability going. But boy, that cost me a lot of political influence to do that. But we're going, so I wonder how many slaves. So that was the math on the whole population, not on the minus the slave population. So let's see if we can figure out, how do we know how many of these guys, of just the Swioni? Oh, okay, so 18 tribesmen and 16 slaves. So if we do the math on 18 times 0.23, there's our 4 levies. So we need to convert these slaves into tribesmen. How do we do that? How can we do that? Decisions. Slave opinion. Spore! Good to see ya. Glad you could make it. We're trying to free the slaves. We're trying to take our Swionian people and make them all free. How do we do that? We're integrated. Are these things I can do? Do I just click on these to make them happen? This says I can do them, I think. Ease restrictions on citizenship. Allow families to adopt characters of cultures. What? Protected land rights. Freeman happiness goes down. Harvest failure. No! No! Kill them. Yeah. That's one way. That's one way to do it. Free them this mortal coil. Alright, harvest failure. Our settlements across the province of Ultima Thule are reporting that their crop yield will fall well below the normal amount this year, and already people throughout the area are stockpiling food, preparing for the worst. Local officials are requesting assistance. Okay, so we will do what we can. It'll cost me 10.6 gold would increase their loyalty, or we can try for blessings, lower the loyalty, worse food. So, and yeah, that doesn't sound good at all. We'll do what we can. All right. We need to see, look at all these. So slaves are the red. So these, and the reason why we're getting all these guys as slaves probably is because they were Gutonis or whatever. Now they've become Swionians. So 51% of our population is tribes and 45 is slaves. Okay, this number's going up. We just picked up a freeman. He didn't come from the slaves. Exemption from assumption. All right, this sounds like a go to the wiki situation. Let's figure out how to convert our slaves into tribesmen. Because I thought we started out with all tribesmen as Swioni, and I don't know how we made slaves out of our own people. It doesn't sound like something that we wanted to do. All right, slaves are the backbone of the economy. Slaves for surplus. Slaves are mostly prisoners of war. Assimilation, that's just assimilating pops. Pop growth. One thing I'm doing that's probably contributing to this is that omen that I have where I have increased the national slave output. I thought this, maybe this is creating more slaves. I thought it was just creating like, increasing like the amount of work that they were doing. Levies can be raised from free integrated culture pops in every owned region. So, I mean, that sounds good, but how? Because they're clearly not showing up on this list. Let's see. Levies map mode displays your nation's governorship levies and allows you to raise them from the map. So did I just raise? I just raised 1,000 levies here just by doing that. So that's interesting. So I do have 7 now. Okay, a feud. 2 of our tribesmen have come forward today to ask for help settling ownership over a gold necklace they found. Marchild Haramdra believes it belongs to her, as she was the one to find it, whereas Aginnarak Ingramus says it belongs to him, as it was discovered on his land. Pain! Wave. It's good to see you, man. Thanks for coming out. Appreciate it. Have you ever played this game before, Pain? Imperator Rome. You guys in the chat are my counselors and advisors, and I need your wisdom to help me. Things are starting to happen, though. I don't know what happened here to make this pop to this, although I did raise... It looks like I raised all my levies, and then they just jumped up to 7. So while I've got my levies raised, man, I don't know what I could do other than that. What I could do is okay. First, we'll deal with this feud. Thanks. I do need the moral support. Absolutely, I appreciate it. And my hair is escaping. I have kind of a wild mane of hair. I appreciate all the support, and I'm glad that you're here, and it makes me happy. And hopefully it's entertaining for you as well. Should be kind of amusing that we don't know what we're doing 100%. And we're learning as we go. All right, 2 of our tribesmen. So this necklace situation. Marchild Framdra. So let's skip down to here. It belongs to Sweonia. We gain 5 tyranny. We get 100 gold. Both of these two, we would lose loyalty from them. Or we give it to the gods and gain stability, which 100 gold versus 6 stability. I like gold. All right, who is this? He doesn't have rank. Neither does she. So their loyalty is not relevant. So this is either going to go to us for 100 gold. Their opinion of us is plus 200. Or it belongs to the gods and we get stability and they lose 5 loyalty versus losing 10. We need stability if we're going to go wage war. We've raised our legions. We can disband them though, and it would only be like 4 months before we could get them back. Stability versus gold. All right, let's put it to the group. It's pretty much a coin flip. I could find a coin and flip it. Gold or stability? I know we've been struggling on this stability. I know we want to wage war. I know we do. We need to do it. Hail to the gods. Take this necklace. There we go. All right. We do not need to have our levies raised right now. So where are they? I've got 1 here. It says they're raised, and 2 here. That's 3. Where's all these other? I didn't raise them all. How do I know? Go to my map. Oh, well, forget about it. Let's just disband them. We're not using them right now. 4 months. All right. It went to 6. It's not 7. I had to make this guy come up. I had to make this guy come up specifically somehow. I'll wait 4 months and try that experiment again. Well, yeah, 10 levies. But I think I have enough levies. I mean, so 7 levies, that's just 3,500 guys. So that's barely more than what Burgundia had. They're at 20 still. This isn't telling me. Okay, so they've got. So if their Herulians are the ones that make up their army, if we were going to whip out the calculator again and go 17 times 0.23, right? So they're at almost 4 cohorts, right? So we outnumber them right now. If we can get our stability above, we should pretty much whack them while we have the advantage, is my thoughts on that subject. So we had an incident here last night where we have a cat. He's a beautiful cat. He older cat. He's got the diabetes. We rescued him, and last night or yesterday afternoon he wandered off and didn't come back this morning, and we thought he was missing. And but we called for him, and we did find him, and so that was a happy thing. And we just saw something in our like neighborhood watch email that one of our neighbors had found him and had written a little blurb about him, but I don't know why. I don't know how he got out of their house if they had him. Maybe they just saw him in the bushes or something. Blockade them if they join Burgundia. All right, let's check Burgundia also. I mean, we're still short stability. We're not able to do anything here yet. But so Varinia, they're powerful. Is Burgundia doesn't have any alliances with anybody, but I see what you're saying. But I certainly will use my group to blockade whoever I can. I do like that I'm almost at, the ability to recruit mercs if we get to that point. So we're getting to be in pretty good position once we can declare war, once we deal with this stability problem. Can I get to 10 ships safely? I mean, can I afford to do it? It would take me like another 5 years to do it. It would cost me money. It would get me back down from here. But I mean, I don't know what you mean by safely. I mean, I can definitely do it. It would cost me if I was going to do 5, so it's 45. So I'd take my gold down. I mean, we're still way off on the stability, so we can start building some. Sure. Okay. We're not going to war right away. All right, here we go. I was pretty happy to see that cat come back. He's my cat friend. I was worried about him. I should hold him up in the cam. If I see him wander by, I'll grab him. Make him a star. All right. My score is only 3. I think that, whatever we're doing with our pops, they're not happy about it. I think that's guaranteed. Our happiness is low. We definitely need to do something. Even our primary culture is not particularly happy. All right, let's take a look at our omens again and see if we can do something to make our people a little bit happier in about our situation here. So we could reduce corruption. What is our level of corruption? Is that based right here? How corrupt am I? Not very. Not very. I could be more corrupt. Not going to worry about that. I think monthly war exhaustion. No, not a problem. We're going to go back to slave output and we're going to let it roll. Going to work those slaves. All right. So we don't have a huge amount of political influence to be able to be messing with what everybody's doing. We bring sad news. One of my war chiefs has died of a heart attack. He was 85. That's a pretty good run. Pretty good run. Let's see who the new chief of that clan is. Alright, so it was the Marrow Bodies is this guy. Theodote. Oh yeah. I know you. Alright, let's put you on the board here. You are not super happy, but we'll give you free hands and now you're happier. Let's take a quick look at my main guy. It looks like he's got some daughters here who are old enough to marry and are not married, and I wonder what that could do for us here. So we're going to pay 10, seeking spouse, arranged marriage. Let's see who we can find for her. All right. So this is the main line of our clan, our leadership. This is our future heirs. We're going to want guys who are high in martial ability, who could be good marriage candidates, I think. I think that's what we want. What are his traits? Uncaring, honest, and proud. Good old Sigurgund Andicus. Romerician. What is that going to do to my heirs to have a Romerician? Will this kind of a marriage, improve relations to blend, or do we want to stick with, there's a Guttoni, Romerician, so we don't have a lot of really Swionian prospects anyways. That being the case, we'd have to go way down the list. Now this guy has some zeal. He might be good. So if we wanted to stick with Swionian stock, let's check these other categories. Okay, so you know what? When it comes to rulership, I think that they're saying that like that finesse is the thing. So let's check this guy out. Guttoni, Romerician, Swioni. So we got a guy here with an 8. Swionian with an 8. Malavendis, Merabades. He's one of our other noble clans. It would probably help with relations there to marry to him. So that could be a good move. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. Okay, what's his story? Cold, good-natured. He's cold and good-natured. That's an odd mix. Deceitful and prominent. Yeah, all right. You're the man. A suitable match. After careful deliberation, assessment of potential spouses, and a great deal of research into various bloodlines and heritages, Eidberg summoned her aides and issued an offer of marriage to Malavendis of the Merobadian dynasty. Despite the appearance of Theodote, head of the Merobadian family, it seems that all concerns were salved by the mournful background wailings that Eidberg had offered up in support of her proposal. Is Theodote not married? Is that the problem? He is. Splendid. We get loyalty from our chief. Yeah, we'll do it. All right. Now, what's this? Titles unassigned. High Priest. All right, we have a High Priest to assign. Hramjid or Hildgains. Well, this guy's got the better number, so we'll go with him. All right. Let's check for my other daughter and see how old she is. She's 14, so she's not old enough to marry off yet. I think 16 is the age, so come back in a couple years and see what's up with her. Let's take a quick scan. These guys might be moving into the Gununga gap here. Rome is making some headway in Italy. Armenia, I don't remember seeing them be a thing. They're bigger now. Scythia, Getia growing. What's happening over here? Brigantia. So we got some other people are starting to do some stuff. Not a lot happening in Germania though. Someone migrated out of here. All right, we're getting our gold back. We're all in the green. We're all in the green. Our stability's going back up. Whatever we did there, hopefully, is resolving itself. Ooh, look at our. We got it. We're up to 10. We're up to 10 levies. Woot! Man, yes. Going to be a power here. We got 20. All right. We could do it. We could attack Burgundia. Let's do it. Let's try to do it and see what happens. I think we can take them. We've got the stability. We've got to 10 levies. We've got allies in Grania and Cimbria. Let's make sure that, okay, this is just imports. Let's go to declare war. Oh, why is Grania not interested? Grania, let's take a quick look at Grania and see what their problem is. They are not happy with us. So we could get them for 5 gold to get on board, I think. I think they'd be on board for if we just send them a gift. Now the question is, do we need them? Is that even something that, you know, if we outnumber Burgundia without them, but of course, you know, it's always nice to have the extra support. It's just 5 gold. We get that back in 2 months. They'd probably bring, at least 1,500 guys, I would guess, maybe even 2,000 guys into the fight and give us some backup. So, well, before we do any of that, let's go ahead and raise our levies and move them into position, and then see where we're at. I mean, maybe Grania will just like us better by the time we get our guys in position. 9 pops from Scandia, 1 additional support unit. Oh, a support unit. So that's nice to have. We don't want them to get attacked, that's for sure. But so we only got 9 fighting units and 1 support unit. So where are our guys? Okay, so it's 5,000 guys. They're all up here. We're going to want to attach them. We don't want to attach them to the support unit. We want to attach them to the second Berjana. So we're going to make attachments be allowed. And we'll attach. Okay, and that's our unit. And where in Burgundia? So their capital is here. So why don't we move down to our fort? We have a fort in Vang, and we'll do it out of there. Hey Janza, check this out. All right, 10 levies. So I'm moving my units down to Vang, where we're going to invade Burgundia, and we'll have to do something to get Grania to help. Cimbri is on board, but I think that we're ready to do it. So we'll just increase the speed a little bit, and we got a support unit. Was that done with the culture change? I assume so. It looks like they integrated up to 40 here. We definitely got 23 tribesmen. I'd have to do the math on it. So it doesn't look like it didn't integrate all of them, right? So I don't know, does that mean that we have to hit the button again to, if we wanted to get, because both these bars are closed. What are these 7,000 guys here? They're migrating. What are they doing? Pause. Look, Burgundia pulled up stakes. They are gone. They don't like seeing my guys coming down. That's interesting, isn't it? All right. So if they're leaving, if I have to do some weird stuff here, this is a lot of colonization and stuff I would have to do to do that. I wonder if when I move these guys down, if I want to settle them into some of these areas to do the expansion, or if I should just turn these guys head up here. But I'm allied with Grania. I'm not allied with Adelrugia. I know you're saying I should hold off on the barbarians, but I mean, when is ever a good time to deal with the barbarians? You know what I mean? Why shouldn't I? At some point, I'm going to have to do this. What is the indicator that the time is right to do that? How will I know? Like when I know they randomly come, but I don't want to not take those places. I want to take them strategically. I want to take them. Or you're just saying I could save them for last and just wrap this stuff up first? Is that what you're suggesting? Well, I'm allied with Grania. So, but I'm not allied with Adelrugia, so I could use the Grania alliance that I have right now and just take this, but then they wouldn't be attached. Or I could lose the Grania alliance and start. I mean, I never had a truce with Burgundia. Maybe if I drop the Grania truce, um, I won't have a truce with them either. I could see. I could just do it. They already don't like me, and they're weak. Now they really don't like me. Well, let's see if I have a truce with them. Burgundia and Grania. Oh, so I already still till 466 of September for Burgundia, but now I'm till 472 with Grania. Yeah, blah blah blah. All right, so I gotta time that down anyways. So what have I got in Vang? 4 out of 15, 2 of 18, 3 of 9. Um, these 4 that are here. Bang. And did we figure if I'm going to colonize this? Man, I really wanted to just attack them. Annex. Maybe I could do it with my, I could settle my, levies into these spots and just take them like, if you settle it, it just puts 1 in each or something like that? It's not possible to order a migration, yeah. But settle, it would have the following effects. 0 migrant cohorts will be disbanded and settle as 0 tribesmen. Well, let's move my forces into here. I mean, whether I take it by settling or take it by combat, either way, right? Let's at least look at it and see what it would look like. Let's move these guys into, let's check out the trade goods. So wild game or hemp. I don't know. I guess I have a little hemp in my, but I don't have it in my capital, I don't think. No hemp. I do have wild game. If I, was somehow able to attach that wild game to my capital, I'd have a surplus. All right. Anyways, let's check this out and see. We'll learn what happens. I don't think if I settle them in those spaces that it would negatively affect my total levy size because my total number of Swaonians in my nation stay the same. So does that sound logical? Who's here? Another TV viewer. Not sure who that is. Commander Root. Don't know who that is. I'd like to know. Trial and error. That's right. We'll learn what happens, and hopefully we don't totally nerf ourselves in the process. But I mean, they had 7,000. That's still like entire population. That's not just their army. I mean, but I'm offended that they didn't want to become part of Swaonia. That's just offensive. Let's keep moving our guys down to Vang, and then we'll... Disagreement on the highest level. Arbogast Hromdrid, a man of sound reputation, and Bauto Hromdrid, a nobleman of great virtue, have recently started to spar furiously whilst attending the clan council. Such behavior is unbecoming of these people of stature. However, we have been called upon to take a side in this latest conflict. All right, Arbogast Hromdrid is... these guys are both Hromdrid, so this is something that's going on within their own culture. Why would I side with somebody who wasn't the leader? He's my apothecary. He has a 54. Bauto has a 56. Bauto's one of my military leaders, and he's the chief, so I'll side with Bauto. Or I could tell them to both stop, and then that would increase my popularity, which is low, and it would piss both of those guys off. But it would increase my popularity, which is very low. I'm gonna pick me. I'm gonna pick myself. There we go. Now I'm a 41. I need that because it's dropping rapidly. All right, Balto, what can I do for you? You've already got free hands. 5, gain a corruption. Let's bring you up, give you some money. All right, let's pause. Let's see, where did we decide we wanted wild game or hemp? Let's go for wild game first. No. So if we're trying to make a chain to get over here to fight these guys, we want to do the hemp. Those places are more important strategically. If we wanted to, if we wanted to just claim like a few of these so that we could get to attacking some of these guys, we would want to just we would want to migrate into these. So let's take this guy and move him over here. Looks like we're already committed to going to Vang, so it's fine. If we're passing through this Gutha's bow, we'll see what we can do while we're there. All right, let's look at these guys. Let's just stop them short. Settle has greater than 0 migrants. Okay, so it doesn't appear it would have the following effects. One would be settled. So it doesn't look like it's counting these armed forces as migrants. So we would specifically have to do a different style of migration thing. So let's go back home. I could probably disband from here. I clicked it. It didn't let me. Pause. Okay, can I settle these guys here while I'm here? No. Either way, that didn't work. Let's just disband. All right. The slow game. Yeah, I do have plenty of money. I can move the guys around and do that again. I think that we determined that moving just the guys to moving the guys to the capital didn't matter as far as my levies. So I think it's just wherever my Sueonians are at, they count towards that total. So if I move, I think that I want to move Sueonians into these places. If I have to pick people to move. So then the question is, there's 2 ways to do it. I can do it as, so I got 5 guys here. Let me click on this and see what happens. So, not possible to order migration. Okay, so if I go to Vang, dominant culture is not Sueoni, so I can't do it that way. All right. What do you mean wrong button? I'm just exploring. Go back to what? I'm not trying to do the colonize thing. Hovered the wrong one. What is the right one? What do you think I'm trying to do? That's the wrong thing. I'm looking at this is the migrate. Well, there's 2 ways to do it. I was just saying, if I had a dominant Sueonian population in these places, I could order a migration and then they would pick up shop and they'd move into here. But I think that depending on how many people were here, you'd have to determine how many people you want to take. So anyways, let's see what the colony options are for this place. Congali, Ragnaresia, Feruria, Finithe. Congali. Okay, so I got 2 there. Congali, I got 6. So it would be faster to go from there probably. Wait. Here I have 3. Here I have 2. So let's go to Congali. And this says I got 13 slaves, 16 tribesmen. Does it say how do I know what the composition of the Pops are, does it say? Oh, 2 Istic Romericians, 1 Swioni, and 2 Swioni, 1 Gattoni. I've almost got a Swioni. So here I could start a migration, turn 6, but I don't want to turn 6, into migration units. Migration units can be settled in any controlled location. Settling would turn all migration units into tribesmen of your culture and religion, regardless of their present occupation and creed. This would be a good way. No. I can move. If I move more guys into Congolese, if I move more, then I think the most you can take in a migration is like 8. I think. So if I move more population into here, and if I moved slaves and then did this migration, it would transform them into tribesmen. So it would make them. I'd have less slaves and I'd have more tribesmen, which would, whenever they get integrated, um, would up my levies. So that's a consideration. If I'm going to move guys over here, let me try. Let's see what happens. Move pops. All right, let's look for some slaves, and let's just move in slaves. I mean, I can just see what happens, because if I move 8, if I have 8 guys, I could do that colonize thing too. But we need to learn. All right, so I've got a Swioni slave here. Let's move him. I'm at 7. Okay, so here we turn 7 into migration units. We need that to max out. We need this to say, like, if I have 9 guys total and say you can turn 8 guys into migration units. You know what I mean? So that it would leave 1 behind. I don't want to take everybody. I don't know if there's a max on migration units. This is something we need to know before I keep wasting our time here. Let's look up migration in the wiki. Migration units. Colonization. All right, a territory is colonized by moving 1 pop of any social class except slaves to the territory. Settling. Migratory tribes have an ability to turn up to 20 pops in a territory with at least 3 pops. Settled units. So 20. If it's so, it doesn't look like. So it looks like it would always take all of my guys. Unless I had more than 20 pops, that's not the way to go. Does that sound? Yeah. Just colonize. All right, but so. All right, let's see if I can do it. I still want to move my slaves. Let's just do it. See what happens. All right, it's given me the option here. Even though I have moved slaves, okay, it's letting me say that I can do it. Colonize. We'll send a tribesman to Burgio. All right, that's 1. Is there anywhere else I can reach from Congolese? What about this place? I could if I waited a year, right? But we don't necessarily want to wait a year. But there you go. We have conquered land. Wait, why isn't it showing up as mine? Oh, I did. Burgio. Okay. So how many people have we got here? 1. So these guys left a big fucking vacuum. Hate when they do that. I used to do that to people. I used to play this game back in the day on the Nintendo NES. This is a Genghis Khan, and one of the best ways to keep yourself from getting attacked by your neighbors was to just take over a neighbor, anyone, one that you didn't want to keep, and then you suck everything out of it, and then you just let everybody else fight over it. And it seems like that's what is happening here, although it doesn't seem like there's a mad race for Herulio and Burgundia here, but. Alright, so let's look here. Vang, we got 5, so we'd have to move 3 guys to Vang. We'd have to wait a year for that. 2. Well, let's go to Vang. We can move some guys to Vang. We want it to be Swioni guys, right? Alright, we got some more Swioni. Looks like it's all freemen that we can move. Borgamo's here. Alright, we're looking at a bunch of twos here. So, just Skatoni slaves. I think we need Swioni, so gotta take them from someplace. We'll just take them from... Let's take them from farther away than nearer, because we need the nearer guys are gonna be able to do it, so... Borgamo's close. Finethe is where? And we don't want to take it from our near neighbor. We'll just take it from Finethe. Alright. Looks like Upakra or Guthisbo. Oh, so weird. We could go from Vang to Upakra. I don't know why we would want to do that. In fact, we could probably do any of these. We could do this island. We could do... But we, I like to keep my borders tidy. You know what I mean? Don't want to separate out too much. Don't want to leave anybody hanging out to dry. All right. So we're taking Burgundia the old-fashioned way. Now there's only one here. I wonder, see where we could come from here. We could come from Borgamo, but there's not very many people there. We could come from Eoia or Miore. Two of 8, 2 of 9. Borgamo has 2 here. So we could keep this rolling a little bit. We don't want to do it from this direction. If we want to, we could try to do it from... So we did it from Congoli before. Where can we want this, right? So Burgio, Ferruria. Ferruria has 2. All right, let's move pops here. So we don't want to do it from Burgio. There's only 1. We don't want to depopulate. We could take these guys from Congoli. I think that's a good move. Okay, we're down to 43 gold. We need 3 more Swionians, so we're not depopulating from Thweetum if we take one out. Okay. Looks like we could take a Swioni from Hio without depopulating that place. So we will. Alright. Now we want this one. Alright. We're building that bridge. And we only got one guy here. We only got 29 gold left. We might be able to get another one. So this here is its own thing. Let's go back to our missions real quick and see what we're doing right now is we're annexing Herulia. So it looks like if we wanted to accomplish this here and get Broborg to become a city, that's our capital. That we should really probably focus on these guys down here maybe. So we could pop that. And the Simbrica is over there planning for war. This is... Can't do that until we do this, which is just Anglia, is it? No. Look at how big Anglia is. It's bigger than I thought. That wants that whole bit. That's going to take a while. All right, so our easiest moves would be if we had the if we didn't have that truce with Grania, then this would be something that we could do. But right now, we should see if we can't maneuver to get the rest of this and then get a city going. That would be pretty sweet. Get our whole peninsula down here. This looks like a capital. We could, if we had enough money, we could put a fort here, and then that would be a choke point for this whole southern bit. Strategically, that's something that we want to do if we ever get into a gold mine. If we get some money coming out of nowhere, looks like our score's going up. Maybe our happiness is going up. All right, let's see what else we can do down here. So if we wanted Upakra, where do we have to come from? Bergio has one. Guthisbo has one. Herulia Orientalis has one. Vang, I think, has already migrated from Borgamo. I don't think has migrated anybody. So we could try to move some pops to Borgamo. Then see what we can do. Looking for Swionians that we could take. Let's take them from Vang. This is going to be probably more expensive. We need to move 6 guys. Times 5 is more money than we got. So let's just hold off. Let's just hold off until we get more money. And then we'll, kind of establish some of this stuff. Also, putting a fort down here would be fantastic. I do have a fort here, and a fort here. Let's get some money up. And let's keep an eye on this treaty with Grania. The Burgundia treaty looks like it's over. Let's find out where Burgundia went, or if they're still traveling, because that's a factor, future factor. I wonder where they're going. It kind of looked like they went by boat or something. I don't know where they're. I guess they're in the fog of war. We won't see until they actually plant flags someplace. I wonder where they're gonna go. I mean, did they come over here? I wonder if they'll have the same color that they had before. Probably. Is Vang part of Old Burgundia? Let's look. I mean, no. I think we took Vang was our old border. This is what we had. This is the 3 that we took from Burgundia just now. This is where we were staging troops. Let's take a look at our, okay, so we're still at 10 levies, so that's good. Click Vang. How can you tell? It is a province of Herulia, which is, yeah. So how do you know? Are you saying that maybe that's not the capital? It says it is the capital of Swionian Herulia. And what does this say here? It's the capital of Swionian Scandia Insula. Well, Vang is the capital of, it says right here, is the capital of Swionian Herulia. So I think it is a capital. And it's backing us up and telling me we can't even afford to put a, we can't afford to put a fort here if we wanted to. It's expensive. So right now this is our fallback fort. Mostly I'm just going to be going with the free cities that I get from missions for a while. Until the big bucks start rolling in. Kind of wishing I'd put this down in one of these places for now just because of those missions, but that's alright. build up our money a little bit. No one's going to mess with us. They're in a defensive league with Adelrugia. See that? Whoop-a-doo. Scandal. Scandal is unfortunately part of an average day in the Swionian clan council. Ordinarily, we would simply ignore such petty squabbles. However, on this occasion, the esteemed Gundrum Merobades was found in flagrante delicto with his lover, Hrochild Gundruda, by his spouse, Thusnelda Hramdra. Man, these names. Thusnelda, the spouse, overcome with despair, has appealed to the clan council to have Gundrum Merobades stripped of office as punishment for his brazenly public vice. He is an elder, not particularly loyal. He's very high zeal and charisma, such that we almost should probably be using him for something. So we should get our navy up is what he's saying. Okay, so this is none of our business. Hildegast, Theodis would lose, that's me, I would lose popularity. I don't want to do that. We shouldn't tolerate public infidelity. Gundrum loses 10 prominence and his position in the government. What is his position? Oh, Elder is one of our offices. And he's there because he has such a high, there's the replacement would be Malagund, his, which would give us a better, his loyalty will go up to 60, so that would actually be better than what this guy has. And it looks like they have an equivalency of their statesmanship value, so it wouldn't be, if we wanted to take him out, that would be alright. Or we could have him flogged. Thusnelda gained 10 loyalty, and then he would stay in his position, and there's a potential he would lose some loyalty, which we don't want to have happen. So let's just say we don't tolerate it. We'll evacuate him out of the position. We'll put in his brother or whoever that is, who is also Merobades, so they wouldn't be upset because they're just replacing with their own people. So, and we get some benefits that way. So pause here. I mean, we could put him right back in. Honestly, it looks like, is this that guy? I mean, we fulfilled the thing, and no harm, no foul. Alrighty, so we're just building up our money. It's always good to have more stability. We're in the green on all of our areas. We're still at negative centralization. We've got a ways to go. In 3 years, we'll have played for another 10 years. Note we're going at a level speed of 4. So we're trying to operate at a more efficient and faster. Oh, like, look. Okay, Burgundia planted flag down here, down on this border. I think that the claim that we had on them is gone. I think that because they pulled roots and left, that we don't have. Burgundia has a Casus Belli on us. Bring it, Burgundia. Okay, but we don't have a Casus Belli on them anymore. But we don't need it. We'll just take their land. We could take another parcel. We're gonna do it from Borgamo. Let's go ahead and move some pops to here. We can afford to do it. We're gonna bring Swionians from Vang. Okay, we're at 5, so we need 5 more. It'll cost us 15. Or we need 3 more, sorry. Could bring one from, another one from Vang. Notice we're moving our Swioni guys around. We need 2 more. We could come from Morinia without totally depopulating there. So we're at 7. All right. I don't think we need to have. It doesn't have to be Swionian. I don't think. Let's just do it. Okay. We successfully didn't depopulate any of our areas. Let's go ahead and see if we can do Upakra from Borgamo. We can, and we did, and there it is. All right. We got to save up money again. A lot of pirates cruising around right now. How much time on the Grania treaty here? Truce. 472. Still 5 years. That's a long one. Well, I only have 8 ships, and I've got 2 in the... Stability is increased for some reason, I guess. I mean, the last action I did was colonizing. I don't know if that raised my thing, but not sure exactly which thing did it, but I will take it. Fugitives cross the border, fleeing the dreadful war with Sudanoia. A number of important dignitaries have managed to escape to our lands, hoping to find refuge. Our advisors recommend against giving them asylum due to the fragile political circumstances in our region. Indeed, much favor may be gained with Sudanoia if we were to finish their job for them. All right, let's locate this Sudanoia situation. I mean, what do we care about Sudanoia? We do not. If we welcome them, what do we get? Oh, I guess it's just these particular individuals who are from, they're the Aestian culture. Not very good. This guy's pretty good. Skerbartus or Waisneras. These guys aren't very good. And, you know, eventually, maybe this, if Pseudonania becomes a power over here, maybe it wouldn't, okay, I'll check that out. Thanks, Janza. Good eye. Yeah, no, let's build up Pseudonania. You know, we don't want to take this anyways because they're a different culture group, but maybe they'll be an ally for us eventually. So let's put them to death. All right, let's take a look at this. Treatment successful for Bauto. So he was sick. I don't know if he had the inflammation or whatever it was he had, but now he's lost the Mentagra, whatever that was, which is good. So if I didn't click on that queued event, would that have not happened? Is that the thing, or does it happen anyways at the end of the time? Do you know about that, Janza? Janza? Yeah, which? Lose it or doesn't happen, or it does happen? Miss it. Okay. All right. So we have grown. Definitely want to get these. So we need to get our money up. Our money is starting to drop off for whatever reason. Probably because we are building ships. I think that's the reason why that's gone down. We could afford to do something here culturally, which, you know, if we wanted to integrate some more of these guys, I don't know if we want to make them nobles. We could make them tribesmen. We like tribesmen, right? Is that how that works? If I click that, will it make some of them tribesmen? Do I have enough Swionis? I don't know. Maybe that's why we need to integrate some more. We need to make some more Swionis. So maybe I should click on this culture here. I got these 21 guys here. Let me come over here. I know we made some of those guys. I mean, all right, what's this? Scholar of the Divine. Hildgains has by all accounts remained a scholar of the divine man for much of his life. It caused some embarrassment, therefore, when he was discovered extorting a local temple to an egregiously unreasonable degree. Before reprimanding Hildgaze, it must be said that it would be expeditious to our efforts to influence him if we were to brush this under the table. So are we trying? We're trying to influence this guy right now as we speak. Is that kind of like what we're doing? I know we're influencing stakeholders. Is this the guy? It's probably the guy. Very well. I gained 10 corruption and we would get 54 political influence. That's always good. Slap on the wrist. We get 27 political influence. And this guy would lose 5 loyalty versus me gaining corruption. All right, what's the penalty for me being corrupt? No current sources of corruption change. I have the following impact: plus 8.5 wages. My influence would go down a little bit. I don't care. I'd gain a shit ton of. Hold on to that thought. Here we go. We're doing this. All right. Corruption. All right, we just made another fleet. All right, let's take a look at our culture situation. So you're saying we could totally eliminate these guys, the Herulians and the Rugians, if we integrated them in, but that would make a larger number of people unhappy. I would be happier to piss off these lower guys than I would be to make these guys unhappy, right? So what we pretty much want to do is probably want to take these Romericians and, integrate them in. Citizen, this means the Romans will not promote beyond the citizen pop type. And the existing Romerician pops above this can only demote. Alright, so we're making these guys into citizens. What are we making? Okay, well we got these guys can be made nobles, right? Is that what we're... I can't change, but they're on the noble. But I don't have any nobles. I've got more Romerician... I guess their freeman is as high as they are. They could get as high as citizens. But, I mean, I don't know what the goal is. The goal eventually... I mean, let's take a look and see what these guys are capped at. Maybe they're capped at... What are they... Does this mean that they're currently capped at freeman, right? Yeah, freeman. Freeman is above tribesman, right? So... Probably don't want to mess with that. Now, what are these decisions all about here? Create honor guard. Culture happiness +3. The Gutonis would be not honor guard, and that would piss them off. A Romerician warrior will join your court. Well, isn't that interesting? But I don't know that I want... They'd only gain 3 happiness at the detriment of 6. They're already integrated. They're not fully integrated, I don't think. Integration status. What is this? Show only integrated cultures. Okay, so the Gutonian Romericians are integrated because they've been granted some rights. So does that mean I should come down here and try to integrate these guys? I don't think so. Let me come up here. This shows integrated pops. 100, 100. Herulia, 73% are integrated. Okay, notice this. This is not, we don't want this. We want these guys to be assimilated. Turning the 2 smaller ones into tribesmen instead of citizens. Let's take a look. Right now they're set to freemen. So we could set them to tribesmen, which is below, tribesmen is below freemen. Right now they're already tribesmen. That would just limit their ability to ever get above that. These ones, I have a freeman here. He would demote to a tribesman if I set him to that. So I don't know that that's something that needs to happen. They're already trying to promote, I think. So this culture's integrated. This culture's integrated. So I think because the Gutonians and Romericians are integrated, that I can use them for the colonies and stuff also, right? It's just integrated cultures. It doesn't have to be just Swionians that can colonize, or does it have to be from the primary culture? I think so. Which I said multiple things there. Let me look at the colonization real quick. Process inhabitable territories incorporated, number distinct. Territories colonies removing 1 pop of any social class. It doesn't say anything about. It does say has a dominant culture that is integrated. So just that they're integrated, including the primary culture. It says so. It doesn't necessarily have to be. It would be nice if these other ones were integrated too. Then I wouldn't have to. If I could figure out how to integrate them without having to make them all. Because obviously everybody's happiness is kind of crap. I want to make them happier. Yeah. All right, well, let me get up to, so to get this place, let's see where I need to come from. Looks like Guthisbo only has 1. That's one of the places I've already taken. Upakra, I've already taken. Bergamo, I've taken. Mior, Ioia. Yeah. And these places each have, Mior has 2. And Ioia. So I'll probably take this place with Meow, and this place with Iao. But it's going to be costly and take some time. Make them happier with trade. Are you saying by changing their overview? Are you saying this makes them happier? What do you mean by making them happier with trade? How does this make them happier? Oh, yeah, I see. So, so I would want to focus on tribesmen happy, because the bulk of everybody are tribes, right? In all the different places. I've got 52 tribes, 58%, and the slaves. Slaves are 32%, and the slaves are probably the least happy in the place. Let's take a look. We haven't looked at our imports for a while. Looks like all zeros here. I don't know if that means that I would have to cancel something first before it would open something up. So what are the things that I'm getting? I'm getting wood that I don't really care about. Okay, cancel wood. All right, so that opened up some options. All right, so do you think slaves are the unhappiest or the tribesmen? Or tribesmen couldn't possibly be less happy than the. Okay, I'm in my capital. Let's take a look. Okay, so the slaves are really not happy, and the tribesmen are happy. So let's focus on the slave happiness. Looks like I could pick up some some furs. From my allies in Simbrica. This will only help my deal with them. Alright, what else have I got? I got food. There was no other options here anyways, and my tribesmen are happy, so I mean, we've done what we can. Oh, so that didn't help me, huh? Well, crap. Alright, canceled. Come on. Okay, so that didn't do anything. So let's look at, I've got an unhappy citizen here. That means my other citizens are not happy, but I don't have any options here. Slavesmen and tribesmen is the same. Check in food, livestock, and grain. You just want to see if it does anything for happiness. Pop promotion speed, so that would get slaves up to tribes faster, right? If I had I've already got a livestock surplus. Fish, I have a fish surplus already. So neither of those things are any good. So the furs doesn't help me. I guess I go back to wood, because none of those do anything. Grain wasn't a thing, was it? I didn't have, there was a 0 there. Yeah, but it wasn't, alright, hang on. Okay, grain is global monthly food modifier. Okay, now I have a surplus of grain. Plus 78, pretty good. Alright, unfortunately that doesn't help my slave happiness or anybody's happiness, but what do they like? Does sacrificing anything? I don't have enough anyways to do it. There's nothing here that's happiness unless I look at some different gods. Twisto, monthly ruler population gain, I don't care about that. Nerthus, global monthly food modifier, doesn't matter. My war god, morale of armies, and experience decay, but I'm already getting morale, some morale. Alright. So I don't know how to work on the happiness without just, you know, getting something else to happen. I know that, let me look, so look at my economy. So my army maintenance, having that down increases my losing happiness, you know, so it's, you know, and I'm gaining happiness, so I want to keep that there for a while, not go. Only thing I saw was tribe happiness in religion. Where did you see? Where's tribe happiness? Under which one? Oh yeah. Tribe happiness passive. Yeah, let's do it. This is going to affect my stability. It's going to take me under 20, but I'll get it back. All right. Cool. That will help. All right. Let's see. What else was I going to do? I was just about to do something. Fort maintenance, you said. Turn that down. What will that do? Just lowers the garrison and fort defense. Fort maintenance. Is fort maintenance a thing here? It is. That'll give me more money. Taxes. If I lower taxes, it will raise my population happiness, and I'll lose half. I'll lose one full dollar of gain. You know, they're not like threatening to rebel or anything. Let's look at the ruler unpopularity. I could try to get my popularity up too, because that's the thing. Number of integrated cultures, that drops it. I would think the more integrated cultures, it would make it better. I don't know. Oh well. All right, we're trying to get our money up so that we can colonize the rest of Herulia down here and accomplish a couple of things in Papa City up here. Untiring devotion. Sigmar Gundred is cultivating quite the reputation. Such virtues give our citizens good reason to feel safe, secure, and stable. Splendid. We gain some stability. Awesome. Arbitrary demands. Markable marrow bodies are arbitrary. Sent us a demand for more funding to do his job properly. The appeal for more gold seems a bit arbitrary. We've noticed certain issues when it comes to that office lately. It seems a bit outrageous not sending the money. Okay, if we send him 22 gold, our pop conversion speed will increase, our freeman happiness will increase, and we'll gain political influence. All good things. Okay. Hurt our gold, hurt our timing. Okay, Scholar of the Divine. Remained a scholar of the Divine Woman for much of her life. She was extorting the temple. I'm starting to develop some corruption here. Monthly wage goes up. Political influence is dropping. We've got a lot of political influence right though. We're already corrupt. I wouldn't change that. I mean, that's just our current standing. Pop migration speed increases with corruption, maybe? Let's see what happens. Or she gains, so I wouldn't gain corruption. We would gain some political influence. And she would lose 5 loyalty. I don't see why it matters if she's loyal or not. All right. Well, now what's our corruption doing? Wages go way up. Influence comes down even more. Pop migration speed went up. Okay. What's this? Military tradition. I can afford a military tradition. All right. This is our first military tradition at 80 experience. So that's interesting. Okay, so let's go to our military. We'll go to traditions. All right. So I guess we're using the Celtic traditions tree or the Britannic traditions tree. If we do Celtic, we can choose ambush, which will give us a tactic, hit and run, which would be a forced combat bonus, or scale the walls would increase our siege ability, which I think would be a better move. Help me out here, Janza, if you're listening. Okay, if we go Britannic tradition, our choices are the glory of the hunt, enslavement efficiency +5, and national slave output +6, or chariot defense +20, which is not something that we really care about. I'm thinking the siege one would make the most sense for what our normal purposes are, but that doesn't take into account, you know, going down the line. All right, we got fire in our house. Not really, just some cooking. Something is setting off the fire alarm. Red alert. I'm gonna go on mute for a second. Emergency averted. Alright, strike from afar, archers offense, infantry morale, archers are less, adaptability, infantry cost, archers, infantry planes, the planes fight with us. Okay, so of all of these, the one that I like the most is just this siege one. And boosting heavy infantry is always good. This one down here would unlock italic tradition groups, which I feel like there's something in here. Bronzework, equestrian order, what's this? Walled city, fort defense, Nostrum, state navy, acquisition of wealth, Castra. This is constructing border forts, which is something that you can do to actually take over those migratory places. You can build a border fort in them and claim them that way, which is something that we might want to try to do at some point too. So is that in the Celtic traditions? So that going down this line would get us to that. So I think that's 2 pluses for taking this tradition. Awesome. Awesome. Okay, so 26 gold. We're not in position to do any more colonizing yet. We've got a lot of political influence. In fact, we have enough political influence so we could come back here and do another divine sacrifice if we wanted to, which would give us more stability. I mean, what else are we doing with our political influence? You know what I'm saying? That's what it's for. Slaughter those pigs. How we doing with the people in the chat? You guys hanging out? Spore, Dal, a couple quiet guys. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Right. So something that's kind of a question for the long game is what I want to do about if I wanted to, when this game ends for time, it's well short of where CK3 starts. I found out about a modification that I can make to like the core file where I could extend out the date that this game would end, but it would also mean having to play this game for another like 800 years, which might be cool to do. I mean, it would make it obviously longer. It'd probably make the game, 3 times as long as it normally would be, which would also give Rome 3 times as long to get to me, which maybe is not good. If Rome's even the threat, right? Because maybe like this whole Gaul-Paris situation, if this all unites, this would be my threat before Rome would be. Let's take a look at Rome. Looks like they're not doing a lot. But it would also give me more time to, is it a mod? No, it's just I go to like the core file. There's like a notepad doc that I can just change the end date that's hard coded into the game and extend it. I could write it to whatever I want, so I'd write it to whatever 876 AD that January or whatever. Something just popped here. Ooh, what? I can colonize something just for no reason? Why? How? Where? This is Vimros. Who has enough pops to do it? Borgamo. Borgamo must have popped somebody, and they're going to let me do it, so I guess the time has passed. That's enough. Oh, let's do it. Did I do it? Yes. Alright, so that was from Borgamo. They're hanging at 7. I mean, if I waited another year, I mean, I don't know how long it'll take them to pop another guy, but I could do it from Borgamo without having to spend any money if I just waited a year. Or I could spend money and go from, you know, one of these other places. Alright, look. No, that's not right. I thought it was saying that all of these highlighted places are the places that I could colonize from. I don't think that's true. I don't know why this is highlighted right now. Oh, because it's part of this larger Herulia area, I guess. Alright, so in Vang I have 3. I'd have to move 5 guys. That'd be 25 gold plus 5. I'm guessing the time has passed. If it passed in Borgamo, then it's passed in Vang. So I can just move guys from Borgamo to Vang and grab that, and then I will have accomplished a goal in my mission. Let's do it. I'm not into patience. I'm into conquering. Alright, so Borgamo, you have plenty of guys to move. We will move 5 guys from Borgamo. Let's go. Let's go Swionis. 3, need 2 more. I've got another Swioni here. And I have another Swioni here. Boom, I hear that noise. It makes me know that I can take it. Got it. Hello, Burgundy. Hello, Burgandia. I own you, Burgandia. Burgandia's doing some interesting things down here. Let's go to our missions. Alright. We have a next Herulia. Alright. Have we also triumphed in Scandia? Has a governor employed by Swionia. Tribal trees for loyalty is greater than 33. Damn, we just got a city. Yo! Our extension of new privileges and investments in the local infrastructure has seen Broborg grow from relative humility into a true Swioni city. While it still has some way to go before it can rival the great cities of our age, the past 2 years have ushered in a new era of growth and urbanization in this territory. These are the best of times. Okay. So, what do we got? We have 10 fleet, so we want to get 5 more fleet. What do you mean I won't be able to finish the rest of those other missions? Why do you say that? What a thing to say. Of course I will. Into Scandia. I'll be able to get that. What about it? What about what? I can acquire these guys. I've got 1 of 3 cities here. Into Scandia. No, no, no. I won't hit that. I won't. Absolutely not. No, I'll just keep working on these. On all of these. Yeah. No. Okay, so I think that if I acquire this, what do I get? That's not very good prize. 15 political influence, that's junk. So I don't care about that so much. I guess that I want to probably just keep working my way down here. One of these was going to pop me another city. This gives me a claim on Simbrica. I swear I already have one. I don't really care about that. But conquering down here gives me 1 free province investment. What is a province investment. What is a province investment? Click your capital. Okay. Temple 2, forest. Buttons in the middle, like so these. Revoke city status. Found city. Why do I not have city status? I thought it was a city. Hey, look at this population capacity. That's pretty sweet. And I can build 5 possible buildings. Why does this say revoke city status? Broberg is not the capital of Sweonia? Yes, it is. Left side under loyalty. Here, fortify province, promote infrastructure spending, entice business investments, make religious endowments. That's what we're talking about? Okay. All right. Well, I mean, that's obviously, those are good. Building slots, import routes, population capacity, or fort infrastructure capacity, local provincial loyalty. Okay. Um, so I'm just kind of wondering. So this says city. Oh, why would I want to revoke? I don't want to do that. Found city. We already are a city. That's why. Found metropolis. Population is greater or equal to 80. That's a lot. We got a lot of work to do before we become a metropolis. Yeah, man. I just popped a city in my capital. So let's look at what our trade goods are in the capital. Library ASAP. So wood is a thing. Are any of these buildings good for wood? A lot of buildings. Fortress, port, aqueduct, granary, library, 88 gold. So do you think building a library is more important than... Oh, it's woad. So, what do you mine woad? Is woad a mine? Marketplace, training camp, tax office, build a mill, forum, court of law, academy, theater, temple, foundry, earthworks. All right, well, we're not exactly rolling in dough. We want to get our navy up. We want to, I guess, build a library. What is all this done? So we're still at minus 26, so we're still not at all centralized, so we're still working on that. I like the looks of this. I do want a fort here. That's going to cost me 147. So we've got a lot of need for gold, and we don't have a lot of gold. So I guess we need to just sit on stuff for a while until we... Let's take a look at some of these places for settling, where we'd have to come from. Burgio. Where did I move a lot of guys to? Vang. So I can't get there from Vang. Well, we'll just have to chill out. We don't have money for that either. But that was some huge accomplishments, some good land grabs. Popped a city. Things are going good. How are we doing for max manpower? Looks like we're pretty close to our max. The maximum is going up. Is it going up because of our just getting a city, probably? Whoa. Okay, so something's up with they wanting our woad. We need to look at our woad and see. We don't want to lose our surplus of woad. All we have is a +1. I think we want to deny all of these. I don't know why they are popping right now. Let's go to Trade over. We are blocking surplus and accepting trades. Let's go to, aha, Scandia Insula. They're trying to get that trade because we haven't done that. Maybe that's why. I don't know. So Scandia, so let's look at that again. Not that. Let's see where this is. I mean, it says leather, so I mean, I don't know why that's a deal. Woad, import. I mean, the only question is, nah. Go away. Go away now. Extra one where? There's no extra woad. Unless up here. Let's see. Near my ship. So, how come it doesn't say +2 woad then? We're good. It's all fine. If it said +2 woad, I would have dealt it, you know. All right, so this has made a chain all the way through the borderlands here. Herulia is also no longer isolated. They're connected up to Basternia. Tribal Chief Theodemund offers friendship. This is our Cimbrian ally. Yeah, sure. We'll use them for a while against all these other guys before we turn on them. How many allies have we got? Just one? Cimbria is all we got. I mean, there's nothing really stopping us from switching our stance to like mercantile if we only have the one ally. If we wanted to, it would increase our income. Bam. Why not? Death. Marco Gast Gundrid was murdered at the age of 52. He was the clan chief of the Gundrudi clan. He was the head of the Gundrudi clan. I guess we got a new war chief. Let's take a look. All right. Harmdri Gundrudi. It's this guy. Look at his martial score. It's pathetic. He's loyal enough. Huge jump in commerce. Is that what we're talking about? Okay. Titles unassigned. Magistrate. Okay. So let's see who we got. Okay. So we don't have any scorned families or anything to worry about there. So there's nothing to stop us from just putting the best guy in to the job. I mean, the only thing would be is if we wanted to get a higher loyalty in that position, which would increase our statesmanship, I believe. At their peak, they will reach 9. Meritocracy. How's our old... We're still trying to build gold. We lose gold. We'd get popularity for 60 months. It's 5 years. So it would be 60 times 0.1. So that would be, it's good to have popularity. Currently my popularity is 45. I believe that that was negatively impacting the happiness of everybody, was my unpopularity. So something like that might be a good investment. Increase my volume. Okay, so you've got your volume up all the way. I will have to address that when my technical advisor is back tomorrow, but for future, let me click on settings over here, see if I can find anything. Audio. Simple rate. General output. You're only at 54. 54 what? This is what I hear, I think. Is this increasing your ability to hear me? Okay, yeah. All right, so that didn't help. Global audio devices. OBS, indeed. You can turn your output up. Okay, I got audio output capture. How so? Properties for audio output capture. Just okay. I don't know. Settings button there. I don't know. I'm more afraid of messing stuff up than anything else. Like I say, I can address that. I'll put the mic in my mouth. Just kidding. I'll definitely try to address that before the next stream. Okay, Daz? Gear icon in the mixer and add a gain filter to your mic. All right, well, so where's the mixer? Yeah, appreciate it, Daz. I like the feedback. Definitely appreciate it. Okay, so audio output capture, filters. Filters, there's nothing here. It's just a blank, nothing there. So I don't know where I get a gain filter from to put in there, but I will research that before the next stream and try to do that. I'll make a note of it. Gain filter. Okay. We will do it. Where was I? Okay, we just boosted our commerce. We became mercantile stance. We are growing. We'll try to probably take into this when we get some more money. Oops, that's not the thing. Here we go. Yeah, I was just noticing that Burgundia had connected up with France over here. Herulia's connected up here. Omen time. I think we had one we were going to try to do. What was it? Oh, this one. If we went down here, this is our new god. We could get a food modifier. I don't know that we're lacking in food particularly. I don't think we're maxed in food. That's not something that we really need to worry about too much. What we've been doing is hitting up those slaves for slave output. I think we'll just keep doing that. Don't mess with what works, you know, it's been working. Let's keep it going. Just watching to see if something crazy happens from down below. Still nothing really major happening over here in England. We're certainly still the largest power in the OBS. Okay, all right, here we go. In OBS in the desktop audio, click the gear. Desktop audio. I mean, I got a properties gear. I don't see an advanced settings there though. Audio input. Now output is the thing. I got an audio mixer, desktop audio down here. There's a gear, okay. Advanced audio properties. Mic volume is set to 100. And I can set to 200 to 300, okay. So it's output. I'm making it go up. Tell me if it gets to be too loud. I'm gonna keep, okay, we'll put it at 200. Up, 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 up. All right. That's 200. Not enough? Did it zip more than it was? Has there been any improvement? Going up to 300. Can you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? $300. Better? Daz better? There was no apply. I'll go there again. It says 300. There's no apply. There's only close. So if you can hear a difference, then that means that it worked, I guess. Okay. And it sounds better. Would like some Daz feedback if you're there, Daz. Let me know what's going on. I'm going to do something here and see. This will be brief. I'm going to move it over here and see who's talking to me. Daz. All right, let me see here. Is the audio improved for you? All right. All right. Well, we do what we can. Hopefully that helps everybody, and hopefully it helps for my future video edits and such. I'm going to turn this down just a touch in case I blow my own ears out. All right, we're getting up to 66. So priority-wise, could be Navy. Navy could be a thing. Continuing to move guys and colonize, that could be a thing. Restoring reputation, that's going to be a thing. Theodote Merobods has come to me asking for help in restoring his fame among his clan. It is unclear how he lost their approval in the first place, but we should be able to restore it if we set our resources aside. Restoring his reputation will surely make him more loyal to us as well. But is his loyalty worth the political power he will obtain? I see what you're saying. I should hunt him. That could be a fun thing to do. All right, let's check this out. Fine, we'll aid him. We lose 10 political influence. He loses disappointing leader. Gains 10 prominence and gains 10 loyalty. I mean, alright. Or he loses 15 loyalty. That's fine. We'll aid him. Alright. So you're looking at this pirate here. What is this here? This Rudingians. What are they doing? Where are they going? They're heading up the coast. Why are these guys coming up the coast towards me? That's not what we want. Alright, so let's set these guys. If I set to destroy pirates, will they... I don't know if I trust them to do it themselves. I could just lead them there myself, right? I think that's what I want to do. So these pirates are heading towards around the coast here, so we'll see if we can't find them and see what we can do. I see. Yeah, that's probable. Alright, so we've got 70 gold again. We could try to either make some more... Pause just 1 second. Alright, that's better. Now, let's take a look. I do think we still want to build a little bridge over to here. Stop. So there's a pop in here now. At one point these guys were zeroed out, so with time they might be starting to just repopulate. That's interesting. Okay. From here, Herulia Orientalis, Bergio, Furia, Congula, Upakra. Pretty sure all these guys have been... So Upakra has 1, 1, 1, 7. Well now. 3. These guys are about ready to do it. I can move a pop here. Doesn't tell me anything. There it is. It doesn't tell me their composition though. Guess it doesn't matter. If I move a Swioni guy in, I'm sure it'll work. Don't want to depopulate Bergio. Congula, I'll leave Congula high. Romaricians, those guys have been, pretty sure those guys have been integrated. So we'll move a slave in. There it is. Okay. Looking pretty. What's this? This doesn't look right. Look at what happened here in Varinia. What is this? This is a Varinian revolt happening. Lamovia. Well now, that's interesting. Yeah, just any integrated guy, I guess. Alright, so, I mean, we've got 7 guys here. If we waited a year, I don't know if it matters if it's, you know, there's slaves or it's unrest, it says. I don't like all that unrest from the slaves. We need a slave rebellion or something. I'm sure we could put it down if it happens, though, right? Have you ever had a slave rebellion? Okay. All right, I see this pirate is still heading that way. My guys are coming. He's out of sight though. Do I have any other ports? I don't. On this whole side of the map, I don't have a port. I suppose when I get a city over here, I'll want to build a port. What have I got? I've got one guy who's racing ahead. Okay, now these pirates, dang it. Their morale's high. I got 10 pirates coming at me with high morale. We're just going to evacuate because these other guys aren't even attached and they're screwing it up. So, and then we'll wait and see. We're going to flee back to safety. It's too bad you can't take shelter in your allies' port. That'd be a cool feature. All right. How's my levies? Down to 8. Why is this? Why is this? What's happened here? We had 10. It has to be because we've been spreading them out over places, right? I don't know. I don't understand that. It doesn't make sense. Or my slaves have, maybe I've got more slaves. You say I can move them into the harbor? It says it lacks access. No. What about this one? Okay. I do have a port that's a little closer anyways. I am allies. No, why? Oh no. Okay, so the pirates, those pirates went away. This pirate is here. Alright, just stay here. I don't understand quite. I got lucky there, but I might be getting trapped here. I could be getting two-sided here. Not good. Flee, flee. So that guy, now he's up to full morale. Can I tell what kind of ships he's got? Could just try to attack him anyways. Just to do it. How does that work? How are these guys in the same space and not fighting right now? I don't know. Naval stuff is weird right now. He's just sitting there. So are those 9 of those ship icons are kind of whack. You know, I guess those are Liburnians. So if my stuff is triremes, they should be better, right? So I should be able to win that fight, I would think. I'm gonna come here and then I'm gonna attach the guy to the rest of the fleet, and then he's moving again. All right, which one's the one we're attaching to? Select, attachments allowed. Where'd he go? Into the port? Yep. Okay, whatever. We'll keep an eye out. All right, well, we've got about 45 minutes. Let's see. Who was that one injured ship? It's got to be, so like this Verinian thing looks like it got resolved, except for there's like a blank here. It's interesting. Is it more important to get over here, or should we just do it slowly and leave a buffer? I think buffering is good. This sounds interesting. The treasury of Bauto Hraumdrid has gotten his hands on a lot of wealth as he has started investing a great deal of silver into building a reputation for himself lately. Though it is unclear exactly where he found these riches, his efforts are surprisingly effective. With his increased popularity, Bauto started vying for a more powerful position in Suionia, shamelessly comparing himself to our tribal chief, Hildegast Theotis. Well, that is no damn good. He will quiet down in time. I lose popularity, which is no good. He loses loyalty, which is not good. And he gains popularity and corruption and money. Or he can give me some money and he loses a little bit of loyalty. I gain some tyranny. I don't gain very much gold. The thing is, if he loses that 15 points of loyalty, and I end up having to bribe him or something that's going to cost me more than I'd be gaining here, and then I gain tyranny and la di da di da. We'll just let him do whatever. He's fine. Not worried about him. Current clan chief. So there's a mechanic that I'm interested in taking a look at. Governor. So there's this thing down here. Succession support. So when I die and the succession happens, it looks like this guy, good old Bauto, he'd probably take charge of the whole thing, but that's not like game over for me. It just means that Bauto's the head of Suionia at that point, right? That's not a problem. Don't really care. And his marshal is 8. It's not terrible. That guy sucks. I mean, he's got a lot of popularity though. He's got quite a bit of corruption also. He's got some money. He's got more money. Power base. And what's my power base currently? His power base is half mine. How old is my guy? 55? How old's Bauto? The likelihood, there doesn't look like there's any way in the current circumstances that, the line of Theotis is going to hold on to stuff. Now, this girl, my second daughter, is unmarried, and I think that we should marry her to somebody. So, arrange marriage. Let's see what we can do here. What's Bauto's last name? Hraumdrid? Maybe we should marry her off to a Hraumdrid and keep our guys in the future. Let's just see who's available. So we want to marry her to a Suionian. This guy, Romerician, Gutoni. What else we got? Charisma guy. Gutoni, Romerician, Suioni, way down the list here. Now, however, that guy's got the zeal. He's the researcher, or the high priest. Ramdrid, isn't that the name we were looking for? Yeah. We could marry her to the High Priest and get her into the Ramdrid line. We didn't look at this. No Ramdrids here. Got to go pretty far down the list. 8 charisma, that's not bad. 8 martial, that's also not bad. How old's this guy? Where's his age? 52. Alright, let's look at that High Priest again. Where'd he go? I thought there was a high Harmdred. I see. There's a lot of guys with the 9. This guy is 54, so the other guy, let's go with the other guy. He had a good martial. The older gentleman has almost swooned after receiving the news. All right. And my spouse is 43. I'm guessing that we're not going to be having any more kids. I think that we have to embrace the future Ramdrid line here. So my first daughter has a child, Merobody's child. It is a male child. Okay, it's all good. That's what it is. We're getting quite a lot of money here. Wonder if it's time to try to do something here. Okay. Pakra 1. Orientalis 2. Bergio 1. Borealis. Mimravos 1. Burgunderholm. Where's Burgunderholm? Ah. 1. Well, that'd be a lot of work to get guys into there, but not impossible. Let's look here, though. If we go here, we'd be connecting up, and we'd have the connection to do some warfare over here to take some more places if we wanted to start moving in on Eudosia. Let's look at our missions again. So we decided this one is low priority, and those guys are buffer for barbarians. They could get cleaned out or something too, so it's whatever. Into Scandia is Anglia, Eudosia, Teutonia, and Avionia. Kind of treaties have these guys got going on? Eudosia has a defensive pact with Cimbria and Anglia, an alliance. So that's an alliance with our ally. Anglia has an alliance with Eudosia, and they're weak. They're weaker. Anglia would be a good target, but we wouldn't have a connection to them for a while anyways. Sure would be nice to not have to worry about these upper guys. Where's our levies at? 8. I wonder how we lost from 10 down to 8. Let's look at our cultures. All tribes. All tribes. 91 pops. Got so many slaves. Man, if all these slaves were tribesmen, we would have so many levies. There's got to be a way to... You know the way. The way is by doing those migrations. You turn them all into settlers, and then they become tribesmen. So, is there any place I can get more than 20? I know there is. In my capital. If I move all the slaves from everywhere into here and pop them as migrants, and then it would be 20 migrants, all those slaves would become tribesmen, and then I could settle them. I could move them down and settle them into these areas here. That would give me massive number of pops in the local area to recolonize this other bit. And it would transform my slaves into tribes. I think this is what I need to do. I think that this is a baller move to do this. Let's try it. Why not? All right, let's move pops. We'll pull as many slaves as we can from my integrated groups without depopulating anybody. And all right, so we got Gutonis. Okay, so let's just verify who is integrated. It's the Gutonis and the Romericians. So any integrated slaves. So Romerician slaves, Suioni slaves, and Gutoni slaves, we're going to move here and try to get my pops above 20 and make my income will take a hit. Well, you know what won't take a hit is my levies. My levies are going to go up, up, up. And I think that, kind of like that. Our income's all right. We can take slaves from other people after we get our levies up. Let's just try this and see how it works, because this is a, experiment. All right. Gutoni slave from Thustia. What do we got? We have a Suioni slave in Vicbo. Take him. All right, we got a Suioni slave, kinda. We got a Suioni slave in Vist. We have a Suioni slave from Aska. Arbugay will have to leave that guy. We have a Suioni slave in Mirikidae. Okay, what do we got? We have a Suioni slave in Rekarn, which we don't want to take, and a Suioni slave in Veneta that we can take. The problem here now is that we don't have 20 guys because we can only depopulate from like this area. So we need to move guys into this area from other places to get them in the zone. So, I mean, I can move 3 more guys. This will get me to 20, but I need to have at least 21. Because I can move just some freedmen. Let's move a Gutoni. They're integrated. Now let's stick with the Suioni guys. All right, now we can't do any others without depopulating, and we're only at 19, so we gotta see what we can do here. Vist, Thustia. All right, let's see if I go to Thustia and I want to move pops, if I can pull from, yeah, I got all these, oh no, those are Broborg guys. I don't want to pull the Broborg guys. And these other ones, okay, so I could pull a couple guys from Mior. All right, let's pull this Swioni slave from Mior and one of these Gutoni slaves. Is that a slave? No, freeman. All right, make sure I didn't depopulate any of my spots. Definitely don't want to do that. All right, now let's go to Broborg. I want to move 2. There we go. Okay, we'll move these 2. All right. Let's see what we can do here now. We got 21 to 25 guys. If we start a migration, it says we would turn 20 into migration units. That means we'd leave 1 behind. So we're not depopulating our place. Negative centralization minus 11.75. What does that mean? And why is it green? All right, well, we do what we do. All right. Now, I'm gonna move these guys down to here. Let's put someone in command just because. This has got me down to 7 levies, but hopefully it'll improve. I mean, I've got 10,000 guys right here. Pretty good commander, if anybody does anything. Let's go ahead and let's do this too, why not? Well, we got some cash. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all right. We'll get our 15 Navy, and then we'll be ready for those normal pirate stacks, and also for future blockades. Let's take a look at our overview here. Notice that we've got 44 tribesmen now and 24 slaves. So I think we reduced our slave population percentage. I don't know why. I think it's just because maybe we already have these 10,000 guys as a kind of a migrating force that, you know, maybe when we settle them, you know, we'll have these 10,000 guys plus that other 3,500 guys. Maybe we've got 13 levies now, maybe. I don't know. 13.5. We'll see. Shipwrecked. One of Suionio's most renowned merchant traders, Davidus Horlarix Sanctus, has appeared before our clan council in tears. He's telling of a huge shipment of exotic fruits which sank beneath the roiling waves on a journey from Eoia to Ganuntia. He beseeches us to cover at least some of the... What? That is truly awful. So we would lose... Who's this guy to us? Some druid? Britanni druid? This is not even one of our people. More pressing concerns. He loses money. He loses loyalty. Yeah, I don't care. Offer to buy his empire. Nah. You're just gonna have to eat it, dude. I don't care. Who is Sad Girl? Sad Girl, who are you? Chat with me. Thanks for watching. Breakthrough. Yeah, innovation. The talent of Sesathank Hramdrid knows no bounds. In his role as researcher, he dictates that his capacity for further innovation has increased. We are sure to benefit from this situation. Splendid. Is this an invention? Is this our first piece of tech? Yeah. All right. So does it matter which one of these things it goes into? I mean, the Sesathank guy made the advance, but it doesn't have to be a civic advance. It could be any one. And if so, are we trying to get to cohorts, right? Because this is to be able to enact legions, which would make me think that we should go for military artisans. And if we do this, then we'll get one free province investment. Provincial investment costs will go down minus 10%, and that will get us on the way to cohorts. Is this not the most important tech for our future ability to defend ourselves against Rome and other such folks? Any input from the counselors? If you're going military, well, I mean, what's the other way to being a regional power? Was that pop me a legion just by being a regional power? Legions or legion? Okay, so if we didn't go with military artisans, what are our other options? And maybe we'll go from that. Martial science would give us something that I don't really think matters. Navigation we don't care about. Civic advances, right to be heard. Citizen output 3. Import value, so that's money. Oratory advances. Aggressive expansion impact minus 2.5. I wonder what our aggressive impact is right now. It's been going down. It says blacksmith. What's that under? Legal patronage. Loyalty goes up. Humane conduct. Diplomatic reputation +1. The siege line, is it under martial? Under material? Second column. Where does it say blacksmith? Blacksmith apprentice. Needs Scythian saddles. Unlocks the foundry. Eh. I mean, maybe. What is army weight modifier? Does that make us go faster? I suppose. Helmets, cavalry. We don't have heavy cavalry anyways. Eventually we might get it. So where are we at as far as we have 40 territories? What do we need to get to the next level of regional power? How many we got to get? Move over the flag. Okay. Yeah, no, we're gonna be here for a while. We're not even halfway. So that's not a thing. We should certainly invest in a tech, though. Religious advances, due process, popularity gain, meh. That's all, huh? So I think that martial or oratory. Oh, I am a regional power. Okay, let me look. Hang on. Yeah, but to get to the... So you were saying regional power gives you legions. It doesn't. There's like a law that you have to have, but you only get that law if you are civilized. Yeah, in my laws, where? It's a civilized law. You have to be a monarchy. So, I mean, I'm at minus 22.7. I've still got a long way to go. I think that I'm just going to do this. I don't know how long it's going to take to become centralized and do all this different bit. So I'm going to take this. And if I get cohorts before I do the thing, I don't care. You know, it's like I think I can, you know, I'll be able to do more stuff. It's not like this hurts me. This is a good thing anyways. It gives me a free province investment. Let's check that out. All right. So free province investment is something that I get here, was it? It's one of these. All right, so what are our choices? Fortify the province. After 6 months, we get fortifications. We could put another fort, I guess. I don't know. Spending, pop capacity goes up. I don't know that I care about that. Entice business investors, get an import route. That's cool. Let's do that. Why didn't it go up? Does it take time? 6 months. Okay. I'm sure it'll pop up that I have a free thing. Okay. And meanwhile, my migrants are coming down the pipe. Doesn't look like my economy was hit too hard by pulling the slaves and making them into tribesmen. All right. Here we are. So one migrant cohort will be disbanded, settle as one tribesman. So I'll be able to settle. I'll be able to settle all these. No, we'll go here next. Oh, they took my commander. Can I put him? Nope, no. That's all right. We'll put some tough dudes on the border down here. We'll migrate these guys. How do you like this move, Janza? I'm pretty pleased actually with that. Pretty pleased. All right. So we don't really have. There's no more. I mean, I don't want to come over here. That's not the thing. So I need to put these guys away. What's my? I'm at 7. So I've got 4 border here, and there's no pillars. This is the pillar. What's this? Lack of a commander. Yeah, let me see if I can. If I settle these guys here, it settles all of them there. Do I want to settle all of them there? If I want to put all my guys someplace, where do I want it to be? I got to take all these guys and put them in one place. Where would that place be? Probably here in the capital here, huh? Herulian capital. So here. Youthful indiscretions. A cousin belonging to one of the lesser branches of the Theotis family has become embroiled in a scandal. At court, according to eyewitnesses, the youth managed to publicly shame himself in an incident involving a high-ranking priest and a loose toga. Let the family handle it. They take a hit, or the state could step in and we lose a bunch of money. You know what? Oh, that's my main dude. What do we lose? 25 prestige, currently 600. We can afford it. I don't know what that. Doesn't matter. It's just kids being kids. Pause. Commercial ventures. Okay, I hear there's a noise associated with this, so that I can. I gotta start picking out when it happens. We've encouraged merchants in the province of East Gothia to invest more of their wealth in trade, reassuring them the security of their outlays, the movement of goods. Okay, that's the 6 months getting our trade route. All right. Let's see what we can do. I mean, we could pick up. You said we don't have furs anymore. If we had furs before, if we do this, it will help our tribesman happiness. I don't know. I thought we had furs going before, and now we don't. But let's get it. Damn it, we did have furs. I don't know why I can't see it. Keep teasing Simbrica with this furs thing. All right, what else could we do? We've already got grain, we've already got fish, we've already got livestock. There's nothing. There's just nothing to do with it. Dang it. Oh well, we'll leave it open. Maybe something will happen at some point. We'll boost trade in some other aspect. All right. So we have a fort there, fort there. I think that getting a fort here is a priority, and that'll cost us some money, but we'll save up for it. We've already got these guys. We don't have to do any more manipulations here. It's okay to leave these guys here for now. They're buffer, like you said. We've got this ready to go. So we'll be able to attack here. We've taken up the space. We've migrated and colonized Burgundia and Herulia. Open more trade in the other capitals. How do I do that? Let's come down here. How do I open trade in the other capitals? How do I do it? How do I do it? I don't see it. I don't see how to do it. With those things on the left. I don't know what that means. These things? Is that what you're saying? These investment deals? Yeah, so that comes from political influence. So I think that that's totally valid. Um, but you know, and when I get political influence, it's good to have other things other than just sacrifices to spend those things on. So I'll keep that in mind for sure, and see how that will work. But right now, let me settle these guys in the capital there, and all right, 17 to 16 guys here. So what's up with that? I've got one too many guys here. I better move them to somewhere before he like disappears or something. How come he's not here for me to grab? Seems like he should be close enough. It's this guy. Okay, there's two in all these places. One, one. All right. I feel better about not having that over the limit. All right. So I'm going to try to save up money. I want to put a fort here. Bad. Good choke point. It's almost worth not having a fort here at all. This place doesn't have a need for a fort. If I take these two forts, if I took fort and put it here, 11. So that's good. That comes from transforming all of those slaves into tribesmen. I want these forts. I really want a fort here. Yeah, sure. Not saying no. Okay, let's look at this pretty picture. Looking pretty big. Rome's looking big. Getia big. Carthage, Massalia, Scythia, Thrace, or Thrace is a player. Armenia. Hey, sell your kids. These guys are pretty distant, so I'm not too worried. I'm still the power in the region. Looks like a little something's happening here in England, starting to consolidate. Um, yeah, that makes sense. I've got this port down here I could use. Okay. Well, let's take a look at England again here. So Caledonia is starting to become something. Brigantia, starting to see some moves happening over there. And I've grown, and that's good. Positive growth. It's weird how when I go like this, it goes from 12 to 8 ships right there. I don't know why. It's interesting. I don't know what's going on over here. Herolia might be growing a little bit. Let's speed up. We're not at war. Let's go max speed. We'll watch our gold go up. A minor addendum. Merogius Merobad says suggest a small addendum to an often referenced law pertaining to the rights of the common folk. It should only be a small effort to push this through the clan council. This option will have no effect if I don't do it. Or a small investment couldn't hurt. We gain 6 stability. We lose 10 political influence. Sure. Yeah, no. Fine. Fine. We did have enough that we could have opened up a trade route in one of those places. So probably this one in the south would be the one to do. We'd probably have access to more areas. All right, we're getting close on the fort. A petitioner approaches. A mature individual by the name of Arbogast Hramdrid, 43 years old, approached our tribal chief in private this morning. In a hushed voice, he spoke of a vision of the near future in which he was found by his loved ones having been sacrificed to dark gods. This is the one where we sacrifice him to dark gods and get all his money. Wahaha! With shaking hands, he offered all his worldly goods to the state in return for our protection. So we could take care of him and get 6312. Is any good? He's not terrible. Gain stability, give him loyalty, or sacrifice him and get a bunch of money and a little bit of tyranny because I'm cruel. There's really no other option because I am cruel. All right. We bring sad news. Arbogast Framdrid was killed. Was he like my wife's kid? Or, I mean, husband or something? Maybe. Someone else's lunacy. He was the apothecary and a friend of the admiral of the 3rd Flotilla. He was a member of the Hramdri. All right. That's sad news. We need a new apothecary. Let's put in Malagund Merobades. It's like the same family or something. Perfect. And look at all this money. Look at all this fort money. Awesome. Okay. Let's look at Vang real quick. All right. In 6 months, we'll have trade route there. In a year and a half, we'll have 15 ships. We're losing stability for some reason. Aggressive expansion isn't that high, but we have pretty good stability still. I think that is some solid stuff. And we're no longer importing grain from the province of Varsinia to the province of East Gothia. They must have canceled the route on their end. So let's see what we can do. We can get grain from someone else, is what we can do. It's one thing we can do. So Varsiana is way down there. They're both way down there. Okay. And anything else we can do with our other trade route? Anything else open up anywhere in the world? Hemp? Oh yeah. Let's get that hemp. We'll make our free men happy. Awesome. Okay. That is a fine place to leave off. Okay, let's do the library thing too. Because we can. How much is that? 87? Let's do it. All right, we're sitting pretty. We got enough money for mercs if we need them. Our manpower is going up, 3,059. That's lots of reinforcements. I think we're going to be able to, next time we get together, do a lot of warfare. Maybe we can try to take out these guys. We can maintain Cimbria. Look, if we do this, I feel like this whole into Scandia deal we can do with Cimbria's aid and not even have to attack Cimbria, and we can do this, and we'll get, I don't know what this means. On completion 5 times a Cimbrian citizen appears in Cobandia Minor. Does that mean we get 5 citizens that are Cimbrian? I don't know. And we gain a claim on Cimbrica. And then after we've done that, I guess we can just finish off Cimbrica. And we finish off these guys. We'll get somewhere in here, there's going to be another, Sueno gets another province investment. I thought somewhere in here there was a city. We're supposed to get another city. What's this? Planning for war. Task is unfilled. Anglia is importing at least 2 iron. Well, we gotta take Anglia first. Somewhere we were supposed to get a city was gonna pop up here in did we get a city and didn't know it? No. Tannum was supposed to pop a city, I thought. I don't know. It is a mystery that we will leave until next time. So, this is me signing off until final death. Goodbye.